Welcome to Terrified Tales, where things are about to get unsettling. Before we dive deeper into the darkness, make sure to like and subscribe. Let us know where you're listening from and what time it is. Are you brave enough to be here at night? Now, relax and let the fear take hold. Story 1. The storm had rolled in like an old enemy, moving across the sky in a slow, deliberate march, its blackened clouds heavy with impending wrath. It wasn't supposed to rain tonight, at least not like this. 5 figures, huddled together beneath the battered roof of a nearby gas station, were waiting for the last member of their group to arrive. The air smelled of wet asphalt, burning rubber, and ozone thick with humidity as the storm whipped around them, stinging their skin with its cold fury. Every few seconds, a brilliant flash of lightning painted the scene in sharp white light, casting eerie, long shadows against the concrete. "Let's just wait for Josh," Sophie said, her voice barely audible above the howling wind. Her eyes darted nervously toward the horizon, where the outline of the old amusement park loomed like some forgotten thing, swallowed up by the dark. The storm wasn't the only thing creeping closer. Something else was in the air, something ancient. But Sophie didn't voice that thought aloud. She didn't dare. Beside her, Liam shifted uncomfortably, his camera slung over his shoulder, its lens reflecting the storm's violent flashes. "I'm telling you, it's not a good idea. We should have just gone to the old mall or something. Amusement parks are creepy on their own, especially abandoned ones." "That's exactly why we're here," Emily, the smallest of the group, spoke up, her voice quick and excited, though a tremor of doubt clung to her words. "You know we're doing this for the footage. We've been planning it for months." Sophie's nerves fluttered in her stomach. She couldn't tell if the sick feeling in her gut was from the storm or from the park itself. The others were just as eager, their faces illuminated by the occasional burst of lightning. They were thrill-seekers, urban explorers. There was a strange satisfaction in sneaking into places long abandoned, places that had been sealed off from the world, their secrets buried beneath the weight of time and decay. Their leader, Josh, had been the one to find the park. A forgotten relic of a better time, an amusement park with no name, abandoned for decades. For months, he'd been digging into the park's history, mapping its crumbling pathways and forgotten rides. They had no idea what lay inside, but the possibilities were endless. Urban legends swirled around the place. There were rumors about the park being cursed, about it being built on land that had once been used for darker rituals. But Josh had brushed all that off. "It's just a legend," he'd said, scoffing. "Don't believe everything you hear. We're going for the history, not the ghost stories." But tonight, as Sophie stood there, the rain slapping her cheeks, she couldn't help but wonder if something in those old stories might have been true. A loud screech of tires cut through the air, and Josh's old pickup appeared out of the mist, skidding to a stop beside them. The headlights flickered for a moment before the truck's engine died with a heavy sigh. "Sorry, guys," Josh called out through the windshield, his face illuminated by the dim light. He pushed open the door and climbed out, the sound of rain and thunder nearly drowning him out. "Had some trouble with the wipers, but I'm here. You ready for this?" Sophie couldn't decide whether she felt relieved or more uneasy at his arrival. His grin was wide, like someone about to dive into a pool, unaware that the water might be freezing. The rest of the group piled into the truck, and as they set off, the park in the distance loomed larger, its outline almost impossible to make, out in the storm, like the skeletal remains of some great beast slowly sinking into the ground. The road was narrow, lined with dead trees, their branches reaching out like dark fingers, desperate to grab hold of them. The truck's tires creaked over potholes, and the rain blurred the windshield until it was impossible to see clearly. No one spoke. The storm roared in their ears, but inside the truck, the air was thick with a quieter kind of tension. Sophie kept, her eyes fixed on the window, watching the blurring, indistinct landscape as it sped by. The park was only a mile away, but already there was something about the place that felt wrong. The air seemed to change as they approached. The usual fresh smell of rain turned sour and metallic. It was like they were crossing some invisible threshold, moving from the world they knew into something else. The trees began to thin out, revealing the crumbling outline of the park's entrance. A rusted gate, long since forgotten, stood at the edge of the path. The sign, once colourful and welcoming, was now nearly impossible to read, its letters faded, peeling, half gone. The wind rattled the gate, and Sophie could swear she heard a distant, unnatural creak. "Here we are," Josh said, pulling the truck to a stop just beyond the entrance. He killed the engine, and for a moment, the only sound was the rain beating down on the truck. The others climbed out, the weight of the storm pressing in around them. They were standing on the precipice now. Emily glanced at the gate. "It's creepy," she muttered. "But kinda cool, right?" Liam snorted, rolling his eyes. "Yeah, if cool means let's get murdered in some haunted place." But Sophie was already moving, her feet carrying her forward despite her nerves. The ground squelched beneath her boots, and the air tasted bitter. She didn't know why, but she felt like they were being watched. "Don't go too far," Josh called after her, but his voice was muffled by the wind, barely audible. Sophie paused at the gate, looking back at the others. They had all followed her now, standing in the shadows of the rusted rides, their eyes wide with anticipation. And then, just as she was about to step through the gate, there was a sound, a faint, distorted melody, almost too quiet to hear. It was coming from somewhere deep within the park. The carnival music was playing, slow and broken, as if it had been caught in the static of time. No one else seemed to notice. Sophie froze. "Did you hear that?" she asked, her voice trembling despite herself. "Hear what?" Liam responded, his flashlight flicking over the darkened expanse ahead of them. But Sophie was already stepping forward, drawn by the sound. It was a tune she knew, she couldn't place where from, but it was unmistakable, a carnival song, sweet and slow, but something about it felt off, like it was being played through a speaker with a dying battery, ragged, faint. But there was no power running through the park. There couldn't be. The others were still arguing behind her, unaware of the growing sense of wrongness that had settled in the air. Sophie continued walking, her heart pounding in her chest. The music echoed in her ears, and for a moment she thought she saw a flicker of light ahead, a flash of something pale and sickly in the distance. It was gone before she could blink. "Stop," she whispered to herself, but her feet didn't listen, and then the ground beneath her seemed to shift. The rain lashed harder against Sophie's face, the cold droplets like tiny needles pricking at her skin. Yet she didn't feel the sting. Her eyes were locked on the entrance, where the shadows between the rusted posts of the gate seemed to warp and pulse, beckoning her into the darkness. There was a pull, an undeniable tug that made the space between her and the unknown feel smaller, more intimate, as though the park itself were whispering her name. She hesitated for only a moment. Behind her, she could hear the others still bickering, their voices muffled by the rising wind. But that music, it cut through the chaos like a knife, a high-pitched, warbling tune that seemed to echo not just in her ears, but inside her mind. Sophie took a step forward. The others caught up to her in a flash, Josh first, with his usual air of bravado, followed by Liam, Emily, and lastly, the quiet presence of Kate. They were all breathing heavily from the cold, but Sophie's breath came unevenly. She felt dizzy, as though the air itself was thicker here. "What's with you?" Josh asked, his voice strained from the weight of the storm. "You okay?" "I heard something," Sophie said, her words tentative, like she was unsure whether she should believe herself. Liam rolled his eyes. "It's just the wind, Soph. This place is falling apart." "I don't think so," Sophie whispered, still moving towards the gate almost instinctively, as though some unseen force was guiding her. The music grew louder with each step she took, and she wasn't sure if it was because she was getting closer or if it was pulling her toward it, as if the air itself was alive, swirling with its strange, haunting notes. The gate groaned under the pressure of the wind, its hinges rusted and strained. Sophie reached out, grasping one of the thick iron bars. It felt cold, colder than the storm around them. It was almost as if the metal itself had absorbed years of forgotten memories, steeped in the sorrow of whatever dark history this place held. She tried to push it open, but it refused to budge. The bars were stiff, welded together by years of neglect. "Sophie, you need to stop," Kate said, her voice small but firm. She was a couple of steps behind Sophie, and her presence felt like a tether, keeping Sophie grounded, even though Kate, too, was starting to feel the odd unease creeping over her. But Sophie was already moving past her, the music tugging at her every step. The others followed her silently, their flashlights slicing through the darkness, throwing long, eerie shadows against the warped, crumbling rides in the distance. The Ferris wheel loomed ahead, a massive skeleton of metal, its arms reaching out like a creature waiting for its next victim. The wind howled through the gaps, like the wheeze of an ancient, dying beast. They passed through the gate, barely, and stepped onto the grounds of the park. The pavement beneath their feet was cracked and uneven, the asphalt crumbling in places, giving way to creeping weeds that had overtaken the forgotten space. It was as though the park itself had given up, slowly decaying in place, as if waiting for something. The buildings that had once been bright with neon lights and laughter now stood hollow and broken, their windows either shattered or entirely missing. The remnants of faded signs swung lifelessly in the wind, their letters too worn to make out. It felt wrong. Empty. Dead. Yet the music didn't stop. They all looked at one another, unease settling like a heavy fog over their shoulders. It didn't belong here, not in this forgotten place, so far from civilization. It was too real, too insistent to be a figment of their imaginations. "Sophie, this is seriously freaky," Liam muttered, shining his flashlight around the area. "This place is bad news. Let's just get in, get the footage, and leave. Fast." But Sophie wasn't listening anymore. Her eyes were fixed on the carousel in the distance, the dark horses of the ride frozen in mid-gallop, their painted eyes staring out, hollow and vacant. The carousel had once been the crown jewel of the park, a bright, colourful spectacle of lights and movement. But now, it was a rotting relic, its once vibrant horses faded and chipped, their manes tangled with moss and ivy. The music was coming from the carousel. It wasn't the kind of music you could ignore. It had a strange, warped quality, a dissonance to it that scratched at the edges of her mind. The melody swirled and twirled like it was trapped, caught, somewhere in the space between the living and the dead. One of the lights on the carousel flickered, casting brief, sickly glows across the surroundings. "Did you see that?" Sophie asked, her voice shaking. Her body felt heavy, her legs like lead, as she took another step toward the carousel. Liam grabbed her arm. "Stop! There's nothing there!" But Sophie pulled away, her gaze still locked on the carousel, a strange, quiet fascination filling her eyes. She moved closer, the ground beneath her feet squelching as the rain continued to beat down. Her heart pounded, and she could feel the hairs on the back of her neck rise as though something or someone was watching her. "Sophie!" Josh's voice cracked through the heavy silence like a shout in the dark. "Come back." But she didn't hear him. The carousel grew nearer, the sound of the carnival music deafening in her ears now. Her pulse quickened. The horses, once so full of life, now seemed to mock her, their lifeless eyes fixed on her every movement. She could almost feel the air shift around her, thickening as though it too were aware of her presence. It was then that she noticed something out of place. One of the horses on the carousel, the one closest to her, had its head turned at an unnatural angle. Its body was still frozen, its paint chipped and faded, but its eyes were different. They weren't just hollow, they were dark, swirling with something that felt ancient and wrong, something alive. Sophie blinked. The world around her seemed to warp, and for a moment, the sound of the music grew louder, distorted, like the melody was being twisted on a broken record. She reached out, her fingers brushing against the iron pole of the carousel horse, but just before she touched it, click. The music stopped. The silence that followed was absolute. The storm, the wind, the rain, all of it seemed to cease for a brief, suffocating moment. Sophie stood frozen, her hand hovering over the pole. The rest of the group had caught up to her now, their faces pale, their expressions confused and wary. "What the hell just happened?" Josh asked, stepping closer to Sophie. His voice was tight, his eyes scanning the carousel. The moment stretched long, the silence deafening. Then, without warning, the carousel's music sprang back to life, louder and more insistent than before, as though the very heart of the park had been awakened. The lights on the carousel flickered again, a cold, sickly yellow hue filling the space around them. And that's when it happened. The Ferris wheel creaked. At first, it was almost imperceptible, like the sound of wind passing through the empty, rusted spokes. But then it came again, a sharp, deliberate groan, as though the machine itself was stretching its ancient limbs, awakening from its slumber. Emily gasped, her hand clutching at her chest. Is that thing moving?" And it was. The Ferris wheel, long abandoned, began to turn. At first, it was slow, barely noticeable. A few inches of movement, then a creak, then another few inches. But as Sophie looked up, her breath caught in her throat. The wheel was slowly, steadily turning, and it was going faster now. "Josh, we need to leave." "Right now," Liam said, his voice low but urgent. But Josh wasn't listening. His eyes were fixed on the carousel, his body stiff with the same strange fascination that Sophie had felt earlier. And then, as though in answer to the call of the Ferris wheel, a figure appeared. It wasn't a person, not exactly. It was a shadow, tall and shifting, its features obscured by the growing darkness. It stood just at the edge of the carousel, watching them. No one spoke, but everyone could feel it. A presence, a suffocating weight in the air. The figure took a step forward. The Ferris wheel spun faster, and Sophie heard it again. The whisper, "Get on the ride." The shadow stood there, unmoving, just beyond the carousel. Yet somehow it seemed to grow larger the longer Sophie stared at it. A ripple of coldness ran down her spine as her heart drummed violently in her chest. The Ferris wheel creaked, its movement now more pronounced, like the awakening of a massive, ancient creature. The music, once playful and innocent, now churned with a deeper, more sinister tone, vibrating through her bones as if it was calling her name. "Who's there?" Josh asked, his voice a sharp rasp, the bravado in it gone. He stepped forward, flashlight trembling in his hand, cutting through the dark. But there was nothing, no shape, no movement, just the sound of the wind howling through the hollowed-out remnants of the park. Sophie couldn't tear her eyes away from the figure, though she knew she should. Her body felt heavy, as though invisible hands were pressing down on her shoulders, urging her to stay still. Her mind screamed for her to turn away, to run. But she couldn't. She was rooted to the ground, caught between fear and something else, something pulling her toward the carousel. A chill swept over her, not from the storm, but from something else. A strange sense of inevitability, as though the park itself had laid its hands on her, claiming her as its own. The Ferris wheel continued to move, turning slowly and then faster, creaking with each rotation. Its lights blinked on, dim at first, but soon flaring to a sickly brightness that painted the entire park in ghostly hues. "Guys, we should go. This is wrong," Liam said, his voice shaking. His usual cocky demeanor was gone, replaced by a raw edge of panic that Sophie had never seen before. His flashlight darted nervously around the darkness, but no matter where it landed, it only illuminated more of the park's forgotten remains. But as they turned to leave, the shadow at the edge of the carousel flickered again. It seemed to grow, taller, stretching as though reaching for them. Then, without warning, the shadow stepped forward. It was no longer just a shadow. It had form now, human-like, but distorted. The shape was like a silhouette, a distortion of darkness with long, gaunt limbs that twisted and jerked unnaturally. Its face was hidden in the folds of the darkness, but Sophie could feel it watching her. She could feel the weight of its gaze pressing on her skin like cold fingers. "Run!" Josh shouted, his voice breaking through the air, but it was too late. The shadow moved with sudden, jerking speed, closing the distance between them in the blink of an eye. Sophie gasped, stumbling backward, her feet tangling in the damp weeds. But then, as if on cue, the music from the carousel swelled to an unbearable crescendo, drowning out everything else. The lights on the Ferris wheel flickered erratically, and for a heartbeat Sophie swore she saw figures in the shadows of the ride's cabins, dark shapes, faint but unmistakable, staring back at her. The shadow lunged. It wasn't a figure anymore. It was something much darker, much more ancient, a thing of smoke and twisted limbs that writhed in unnatural angles. Its mouth opened wide and gaping, and Sophie felt the air grow heavy with an overwhelming, suffocating pressure. But then, just as quickly as it had lunged, the shadow stopped. The ground beneath them shook. It was subtle at first, barely perceptible, but soon the vibration spread through the park, resonating deep in Sophie's bones. The Ferris wheel's movement halted suddenly, its massive frame groaning in protest. The shadow, for a brief moment, seemed to freeze. It was watching them, waiting. Then the music stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. For a few seconds, there was nothing but the sound of the storm, the heavy rain that pounded the ground, and the low rumbling of distant thunder. Sophie stood frozen, trying to comprehend what was happening, trying to grasp onto any semblance of logic. The others were just as still, their faces pale, their bodies tense. "We need to leave. Now," Josh said again, his voice trembling. But Sophie didn't hear him. Her attention was fixed on the carousel. Something was wrong. Something deeper than just the fear of being in this forsaken place. The music didn't just stop. It was cut off, like someone had severed a thread that connected it to the world. The silence felt unnatural, as though the entire park had been holding its breath. A soft, dry, creaking sound broke the stillness. Sophie turned her head. The carousel's horses were no longer frozen. They were moving. Not in the way a ride would function. No. They were moving on their own, jerking and twitching as if pulled by invisible strings. The horses' painted eyes, once lifeless, now glowed faintly, swirling with a sickly, dim light. The music resumed, again softer now, slower, each note more haunting than the last. "Sophie, stop!" Liam yelled, but it was as if Sophie couldn't hear him. She was drawn in, as though some invisible thread had attached itself to her heart, pulling her closer to the carousel. Behind her, she could hear the others trying to move, trying to retreat, but their voices sounded distant, muffled, as if they were trapped under glass. The world around her blurred in a haze of rain and darkness, and the only thing that existed, the only thing that mattered, was the carousel. She walked toward it, her legs moving on their own, no longer under her control. The rain had stopped, feeling cold. It was warm now, cloying like the air of a forgotten room. The first horse came into view, its paint worn, its features grotesque. Its mouth was open, though it was not smiling. Its eyes, Sophie could see it now. They weren't eyes at all, but dark, swirling orbs that seemed to suck the light from the space around her. There was something alive in them, something ancient and hungry. Sophie reached out, almost absent-mindedly, her fingers brushing against the horse's dark mane. The air shifted again. The ride had begun. The ground trembled under her feet as the carousel creaked to life, the horses beginning to turn slowly, one by one, their bodies jerking like they were testing the limits of their rusted joints. But the ride wasn't moving in any normal way. It was moving by its own will. It wasn't an amusement anymore. It was something darker, something older. The shadow from before, the thing that had stood so still in the darkness, was closer now. Sophie could feel it moving, circling around her, like it had been waiting for this moment. A shrill scream pierced the air. It wasn't Sophie's, it was Emily's. Sophie turned, finally hearing the panicked voices of her friends. "Emily!" Kate screamed, but Emily was gone. One moment, Emily had been standing beside them, looking towards Sophie with wide, terrified eyes. And the next, she was gone, as if swallowed by the very air. The space where she had stood was empty. The Ferris wheel, which had ceased its movement, began to turn again, faster this time. A figure appeared in one of the cabins, the same shadowy, dark silhouette, but Emily was nowhere to be seen. "What the hell?" Liam gasped, his voice thick with panic. He turned to Sophie. "What did you do?" Sophie could only stare at the carousel, unable to speak. The music grew louder again, louder than ever, each note a knife scraping against her mind. The lights on the Ferris wheel flickered and stuttered, then flared in a sudden burst of blinding light. And then they were gone. The ground beneath them groaned. Sophie couldn't feel her legs anymore. Her mind was slipping, spiraling into something dark. She didn't even know what she was doing anymore. Couldn't remember the last moment when her body wasn't moving, on its own, pulled forward like some puppet on strings. She was standing next to the carousel, her hand still clutched to the rusted iron, but her fingers didn't belong to her. They were cold and stiff, as if they had been buried for years. Emily's scream rang in her ears, echoing in the hollow spaces of her mind. It wasn't just the sound of a person crying out. No, it was something deeper, something ancient. Sophie's heart raced, the blood pounding in her ears. She wanted to turn and look, but the sight of Emily's disappearance was burned into her mind. The way she had vanished. No sound, no struggle, just gone. Her breath came in shallow gasps, her skin slick with cold sweat. She could feel Kate pulling at her arm, could hear Josh shouting her name. But it was as if they were miles away. Their voices were distorted like they were speaking underwater. She couldn't focus on them. She couldn't focus on anything except the carousel, which now seemed to be calling her, the horses turning faster, their painted eyes glinting in the sickly light. "Sophie, we need to get out of here." Liam's voice cut through the fog in her mind. He sounded desperate, his panic evident. But Sophie didn't respond. She couldn't. Everything around her seemed to warp, bending in impossible ways. The carousel, the Ferris wheel, the entire park, they were all stretching, distorting, twisting, as if reality itself was being shredded. Sophie blinked, trying to clear her head. But the lights on the Ferris wheel spun faster now, the shadows in the cabins growing longer, darker. They weren't empty anymore. There were figures inside, figures that didn't belong in this world. "We need to leave," Josh repeated, his voice now breaking through the haze in a way that almost sounded familiar. She was aware of his presence, but his words felt foreign to her, distant. Sophie's hand was still pressed against the horse's mane, her fingers numb against the cold metal. She felt the pressure of something against her, a weight that was pulling her down, bending her spine in unnatural ways. The carousel spun faster, the world blurring in a cyclone of light and shadow, the music building in pitch until it felt like her mind was being torn apart. "Sophie!" Kate screamed, but it was too late. The music surged in her chest, and the shadow moved again. It was at the edge of her vision, just out of reach, but Sophie knew it was there. She could feel it, the darkness, the cold, the hunger. The Ferris wheel groaned once more, and then, there it was. The same shadowy figure, now more solid than before. It loomed within the highest cabin, its form no longer flickering, no longer a mere distortion. It was real, dark, twisted. Its face, though shrouded in shadow, seemed to grin at Sophie. The smile was wide, grotesque, and its eyes, those eyes, they were full of madness. The pressure in her chest tightened, and Sophie let out a strangled gasp. Something in the air changed. It was like a veil lifting, and for a split second, she could see everything clearly. The history of the park, the people who had once laughed here, the children, the families, the joy. It had all been consumed, like a slow, creeping fire, leaving behind only the ashes of something that had long since died. The park wasn't empty. Not really. It was full of ghosts, and they were angry. Sophie stumbled back, her head spinning, her thoughts crashing against each other like waves on a shore. The Ferris wheel started to turn again, its massive frame creaking under the weight of something unseen. The shadow in the cabin waved at her, its arm jerking unnaturally. And that smile, it widened. "Sophie!" Kate screamed again, pulling her back. But Sophie didn't want to move. She couldn't. The world around her was closing in. She could feel the park, feel its heart. It was alive. It had always been alive, and it wanted them. "Why did you come here?" a voice whispered, soft and cold. Sophie didn't know if it came from the shadow or from inside her own mind. The music started again, softer this time, slower. And as the carousel turned, Sophie saw the figures, no, the people who had once ridden it. They weren't ghosts, not in the way she thought. They were still there, trapped. The horses moved again, but now they weren't alone. The figures, shrouded in darkness, their faces pale and worn, with eyes that seemed hollow, sat on the carousel. Their limbs jerked and twitched as if they were puppets, controlled by something unseen. Sophie wanted to look away, but she couldn't. The figures reached out toward her, their movements slow, deliberate. They were reaching for her. And then, in the blink of an eye, one of them, its face a mask of rot and decay, was right in front of her. "Sophie, get away from there!" Liam shouted, but Sophie couldn't move. She couldn't breathe. The figure's hand was outstretched, its fingers twisted in grotesque angles, its eyes hollow and filled with emptiness. A cold, suffocating weight pressed down on Sophie's chest, and in that instant she understood. The park was not a place. It was a trap, a prison, a purgatory for those who had come, lured by the same sickening call that had drawn her in. It fed on fear, on grief, on loss. It consumed it all, until there was nothing left but emptiness. And once it had fed, it sought new souls to take. Sophie gasped for air, her lungs burning. She felt the invisible hands tightening around her, suffocating her, holding her in place as the shadows closed in. The figure on the carousel lunged, its rotten hand reaching for her face. "Sophie, no." Kate's voice broke through the fog in her mind, and Sophie was torn from the figure's grasp. She could feel her feet moving, her legs shaking beneath her as Kate pulled her back, away from the carousel, away from the horror. But the shadow wasn't done. The Ferris wheel creaked again, its lights flashing, and the figure in the cabin smiled. Sophie spun around, her heart hammering in her chest. She wasn't alone anymore. The air was thick with 1,000 whispers all around her, urging her forward, urging her toward the Ferris wheel, toward the ride that was no longer a ride. It was a portal, a gateway. "You are here for a reason," the voice whispered again, closer this time. It was inside her head, inside her heart. Her feet moved on their own, drawn toward the wheel, and then, just as she thought she might lose herself completely, she saw it. A figure at the edge of the park, barely visible through the fog. It was a person, but it wasn't like the others. This one was different. She couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman, but they were standing in the distance, watching her. It wasn't one of the shadows, and it wasn't dead. Sophie's pulse hammered in her throat, an unrelenting beat that drowned out everything else. She tried to breathe, but the air was thick, oppressive, like a weight pressing against her chest, stealing the oxygen from her lungs. The shadowy figures that had surrounded her, their hollow eyes and grotesque smiles, seemed to fade into the fog as her gaze locked onto the distant figure standing at the edge of the park. They were still there, waiting, watching. She couldn't explain it, but something about them felt different. Their presence didn't carry the same suffocating sense of dread that the shadows did. It wasn't cold. It wasn't empty. There was something alive about them, something raw, something that stirred a memory deep within Sophie's soul, a memory she didn't want to remember. "What are you doing?" Kate's voice was distant, torn, muffled by the ringing in Sophie's ears. She could feel her friend tugging at her arm, trying to pull her back, but Sophie's legs were no longer under her control. She was moving on her own, her steps slow, deliberate, like she was being guided by some invisible force. Kate's frantic cries seemed to fall away, lost in the growing hum of the park's energy, the twisted pulse that had taken over the place. The figure at the edge of the park shifted. The fog parted around them, revealing a tall, cloaked silhouette, their face still hidden in shadow. Sophie's heart skipped a beat as a wave of unease swept over her. There was something familiar about that shape, something that made her gut twist. We didn't, Sophie stammered, her voice trembling, but the words couldn't form. The figure was closer now, almost within arm's reach, though they hadn't moved an inch. The park's eerie silence pressed against her like a heavy curtain, every footstep louder than the last, until it felt like the whole world was holding its breath. "You shouldn't have come," the figure whispered. It wasn't a voice. It was a sound that came from everywhere, from within the very walls of the park, as if the wind itself had begun speaking. Sophie froze. "You shouldn't have come." The words didn't feel like a warning. They felt like an invitation. Her mind reeled. She remembered the stories, the ones she'd read when she was a child about places like this, abandoned amusement parks, ghost towns, haunted fairgrounds. The ones where the souls of those who had disappeared, never left, condemned to forever haunt the broken rides and rusted Ferris wheels. The ones where the thing that lived there fed on the forgotten and the lost, luring new souls to join its collection. But Sophie hadn't believed it. Not until now. The shadowy figures that lurked around the park, they weren't just feeding on fear. They were feeding on loneliness. And now they were reaching for her. They knew something about her that Sophie didn't want to admit. They knew about the grief she carried, the guilt that twisted her insides, the emptiness that seemed to echo through every corner of her soul. Sophie. The figure's voice slid through the air like silk. It wasn't just a sound. It was felt. It reverberated deep inside her, stirring something that had been buried. The figure's cloak shifted again, and Sophie could see, just barely, a glimpse of a pale face. A woman, or perhaps someone who had once been a woman. Her skin was too pale, her features too sharp, as if the flesh had shrunk away from the bone. Her eyes, when Sophie met them, were black. Endless voids that seemed to devour the world around her. The figure extended a gloved hand, its fingers delicate and long, an invitation. The voice came again, softer this time, almost like a whisper. "Come, with me. You'll understand." Sophie's heart pounded against her ribs. She wanted to look away. She wanted to run, to scream, to wake up from this nightmare. But there was something compelling in the figure's gaze, something that called to her deepest fears, her darkest desires. "You're not alone." Sophie's breath caught in her throat. The figure was right. She wasn't alone. Not really. Not since that night. Not since the car accident. Since the day she lost everything. "I'm not afraid of you," Sophie whispered, though she wasn't sure who she was speaking to. Her voice trembled with more than fear. It trembled with the truth that she had buried so deep inside her, the truth that she hadn't dared to face since that fateful night. "You should be," the figure replied, its voice sending a shiver down her spine. It took a step forward, and the earth beneath Sophie's feet seemed to bend, as if the ground itself was shifting, adjusting to the figure's movements. A dark, oppressive wind swept through the park, carrying with it the smell of decay, of something long dead. The carousel's music grew louder again, screeching through the air in a distorted wail. The Ferris wheel creaked and groaned, its lights flickering erratically, casting long, twisting shadows across the park. Sophie turned her head back, but the others were gone. Kate, Josh, Liam, they had vanished, swallowed by the darkness. The world was empty now, save for her, the figure, and the shadows that twisted and writhed at the edges of the park. You took them," Sophie whispered, her voice hoarse. Her heart pounded in her chest as the realization sank in, sharp and sudden. The park hadn't just been drawing her in, it had been drawing all of them. And now, they were gone. Lost. The figure smiled. It wasn't a smile of kindness, nor of joy. It was the smile of something ancient, something that had witnessed the death of countless souls. A smile that promised an eternity of torment, but an eternity where you would never be alone. "No," the figure said softly, its voice vibrating through Sophie's bones. "I've offered them a place. They have accepted." Sophie's knees buckled, and she collapsed onto the wet ground, her head spinning. She felt the weight of the park's presence, the heaviness of its hunger. The world around her was a blur of light and shadow, the music of the carousel growing louder, the figure still standing before her, reaching out. "You have a choice, Sophie." The words burned in her mind, more real than anything else. The figure's eyes gleamed in the dim light, hollow and endless. "You can join them. You can accept your place here. All you have to do is let go." Sophie opened her mouth to speak, but no words came out. She felt the shadows pull, the coldness, the suffocating pressure wrapping around her chest. She couldn't breathe, she couldn't move. But then, a thought pierced through the fog of her mind. It was a memory, one she had locked away for so long. One she had tried to forget, her brother, the one who had died, the one she had blamed herself for losing. She hadn't saved him. The guilt rose in her chest, thick and choking, but as it did, a flicker of something else rose too. Something stronger. A memory of him, of the days when he had been alive, the laughter they had shared, the moments when the world had been whole. Sophie could feel his presence, faint but real. She wasn't alone, and she wouldn't let this place have her. "No," Sophie whispered, her voice breaking through the fog. "I won't give in." The figure's smile faltered for a moment, and the wind stilled. The park's oppressive presence seemed to hesitate, as if unsure of what to do next, and then in the distance, a sound, a voice, a familiar voice. "Sophie." It was soft at first, distant, but it grew louder, closer, until it was clear. "Sophie, I'm here." Her brother. Sophie's heart pounded in her chest, her body trembling. The park, the figure, the darkness, it all felt like a nightmare that she couldn't escape, a trap that had closed around her without mercy. But as the figure's presence loomed larger, and the shadows of the abandoned amusement park stretched like claws in the dim light, a voice, a memory, broke through the suffocating fog. "Sophie, I'm here." The voice wasn't a whisper. It wasn't in her head. It was real. It was him, her brother. Her breath hitched in her throat as she turned her head, eyes searching the now fading edges of the park. The figure before her shifted, and for a brief moment, the world seemed to warp and bend. The air shimmered, and the oppressive weight that had consumed Sophie's mind, the weight of the entity of the park itself, seemed to loosen its grip, just enough for her to feel something she had lost a long time ago. "Sophie, listen to me," the voice called again, more insistent now, more desperate. "I never blamed you. It wasn't your fault. You don't have to carry this anymore." Her throat closed up as the words echoed in her mind. The shadows around her stirred, as if responding to her conflict, but Sophie didn't care. She couldn't. Not now. The guilt, the fear, the isolation, it had always been there. But this voice, this presence, it reminded her of something that she had forgotten. She wasn't alone, not entirely. She reached out, hands shaking, her fingers brushing against the cold, slick earth as she steadied herself. But the figure, the cloaked, pale creature who had been offering her an eternity of suffering, wasn't done. "You still have a choice," the figure purred, its voice thick with darkness, with hunger. It took another step toward her, its fingers elongating into claws that stretched like shadows, dark against the starlit night. The figure's eyes gleamed, twin voids that swallowed the dim light, and it extended a gloved hand toward Sophie. "Come with me. You have been invited after all. Why refuse?" The park itself seemed to pulse, its twisted, decaying rides vibrating as if in anticipation. The Ferris wheel groaned under the weight of its monstrous gears. The carousel spun on its own, faster now, out of control, as the broken speakers distorted the music once more. It wasn't just the park that wanted Sophie. It needed her. It needed everyone who had come, who had been drawn in by its curse. But then the voice returned, softer, like a whisper in the breeze. "Sophie, don't listen to it. Don't let it pull you in. Remember what you are fighting for. Remember me." She squeezed her eyes shut, the memories flooding back in a rush. She remembered his laugh, his smile, the way his hand felt in hers when they were children, walking through this very park, pretending to be pirates or explorers in some forgotten land. She remembered the day of the accident, the way the world had shattered in an instant. She remembered the weight of guilt that had pressed against her chest, the voice in her mind telling her that if she hadn't made that one wrong choice, if she had just been there in time, he would still be alive. The figure's presence was all around her now, its eyes like burning coals, its voice coiling around her thoughts like a serpent. "Your brother cannot help you," it whispered. "He's gone. He can never be a part of this world again. You can join him, Sophie. You don't have to fight. Just let go. Come back to us. The air around her thickened, choking her as if the entire park was alive with hunger, with longing. But then she heard it again. The sound of her brother's voice. Sophie, please, don't let it take you. Sophie gasped, her chest seizing as the world seemed to shudder. And then, through the blur of darkness and light, she saw him. It wasn't a figment of her imagination, not a ghost or a hallucination. He was there, standing at the edge of the Ferris wheel, his face just visible under the flickering lights. His smile was there, gentle, warm, as it had always been when he was alive. It was real. But there was something different about him now. His eyes weren't the same. They were not the innocent, playful eyes of a child she remembered. They were darker now, with the faintest glint of sorrow behind them. And then, just as she took a step forward, as if the world were trying to swallow her whole, Sophie understood. Her brother wasn't just alive, he was stuck. He had been pulled into the park's grip the same way she had. She had never fully believed it before, but now she had no choice. The park, the thing that lived within it, wasn't just a place. It was a prison, and it wasn't a prison for souls lost by chance. It was a prison for guilt. The very thing that had bound her to this place, the pain of losing him, the shame of thinking it was her fault, the feeling of abandonment. It was the same thing that had bound him to the park as well. The park fed on their pain, on the grief they hadn't let go of, and in return, it offered them a place within its twisted walls. Sophie, you have to let me go, her brother's voice cracked. There was no judgment in it now, no bitterness, only love. The love he had always shown her, and the desperate plea for her to set him free. The cloaked figure, still standing in front of her, its hand outstretched, let out a low laugh. You can never leave, it said, its voice dripping with satisfaction. Not unless you make the ultimate choice. You must sacrifice something dear to you. Only then will the park relinquish its hold on you. Sophie's mind reeled. The guilt, the grief. It had to end. And the answer was as clear as the tears that blurred her vision. She had spent years running from it, hiding from the truth, trying to fill the void that losing him had left behind. But there was no peace in that. No peace in the endless cycle of shame. With trembling hands, Sophie reached out toward the figure, her fingers brushing against the cold, gloved hand. I'm sorry, she whispered, her voice breaking. The words felt like a prayer, a release, the final act of letting go. She stepped away from the figure and toward her brother, her hand outstretched. And then, in the blink of an eye, the world shifted. The park seemed to scream, an inhuman sound that shook the very air around her. The Ferris wheel groaned under the weight of its immense structure. The carousel screeched, its once rhythmic tune now distorted beyond recognition, and the figure that had been standing before her vanished. For the first time since arriving at the park, Sophie could breathe. The air around her was heavy, but it was no longer choking her. She could hear her brother's voice clearly now, calm and gentle. Sophie, you did it. You're free. And as she reached for him, her fingers brushing his, he was gone. The park faded, its shadows lifting like a fog in the morning light. Sophie was standing alone in the middle of an empty lot, the distant sound of a train passing through the night. The park, the Ferris wheel, the carousel, they were all gone. But she was free. Sophie stood in the middle of the empty lot, her pulse still hammering in her chest. The park was gone, the Ferris wheel, the carousel, the rusted gates. It had all vanished, as if it had never existed at all. She stood in a desolate space, The faint sounds of distant traffic cutting through the oppressive silence like the last remnants of a haunting dream. The world was still. But Sophie couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The weight that had pressed down on her chest, the pressure of the park, of the entity, of the memories that had kept her trapped for so long, had lifted. She could breathe. The air felt fresh, even clean, as if she had stepped out of the darkness and into the light. But there was a coldness beneath that sense of release, a hollow emptiness that gnawed at her soul. She had felt it the moment she had released her brother, the moment she had let go of the guilt that had held her captive all these years. She had made a sacrifice. She had freed him. But what about her? Her hands shook as she wiped her face, feeling the roughness of her skin. Her fingertips brushed against something cold, something solid, something that hadn't been there before. Her heart skipped a beat. In the center of her palm was an intricate symbol, burned into her skin, glowing faintly, like embers in the night. It wasn't a tattoo. There were no lines, no ink. It was as if the mark had been scorched into her flesh, an ancient sigil, one she didn't recognize but felt drawn to nonetheless. It was a mark of exchange, of debt. Sophie stumbled back, her legs shaking as she scanned the empty lot, her eyes desperately searching for some explanation. The darkness that had surrounded the park, the shadows that had once loomed so close, were gone. But something lingered. The air around her seemed to pulse with a strange, subtle energy. Something dark, something unfinished. A distant cry echoed through the night. The sound sent a chill crawling up Sophie's spine. It was familiar, a voice she knew. Her brother's voice. Sophie. The voice whispered, softer now. You shouldn't have done it. Her stomach dropped. She wasn't alone. Turning quickly, Sophie scanned the barren landscape, her heart racing. The sound of footsteps, quiet, methodical, and then, "You thought you could escape, but you were always meant to be here." Sophie's breath caught in her throat. Her brother's voice had come from behind her, but there was something wrong. The pitch was off, the tone too hollow. She turned, her eyes wide, searching. There, emerging from the shadows, was a figure, tall, cloaked, and unmistakably familiar. Her brother. But this wasn't the same boy she had held in her arms all those years ago. This was something darker, something twisted. His eyes were no longer kind. They were black, bottomless pits that pulled her in, swallowing her whole. His face was pale, paler than it had ever been. The skin stretched tight across his bones, his lips pulled into a cruel, empty grin. He stepped forward, his movements unnatural, as if he were floating just above the ground. "Sophie," the voice crooned, a whisper that seemed to come from everywhere at once. "You were always meant to join me, and now you have. You freed me from the park, but you didn't free yourself." She stumbled backward, her head spinning, but she couldn't tear her eyes away from him. Her hands trembled, the symbol on her palm burning with an unholy heat. Sophie shook her head, trying to swallow the rising panic in her chest. "No," she gasped. "No, I set you free. I let you go." "But you didn't, Sophie," the figure interrupted, its voice distorted, its smile widening. "You let me out of the park. But the park, it never lets go. It's always here. And now it's a part of you, Sophie. You have something it wants. You've always had it." Her brother's figure raised one skeletal hand, and Sophie felt the earth beneath her feet tremble. A low hum began to fill the air, vibrating through her chest as if the ground were alive, awake, hungry. I don't understand." "Sophie," whispered, her voice barely a breath, the terror rising in her chest like an insatiable tide. She felt the darkness in the distance, closing in, pushing at the edges of her consciousness. The figure of her brother laughed, a low, guttural sound that chilled her to the bone. "You were the last piece, Sophie. The park needed you." You freed me, but the debt was never paid. The mark on your hand, it is its claim. You are its prisoner now, Sophie, just as I am, just as we all are. No, Sophie gasped, her mind reeling. The mark on her palm burned even hotter now, sending waves of pain through her entire body. The shadowed figure reached for her, its hollow eyes glowing with a hunger that Sophie had seen only once before, deep in the heart of the abandoned park. You can't escape me, her brother's voice crooned. You can't escape this. You are mine now, Sophie. We're bound together, and you will remain here forever. The world seemed to tilt as the ground beneath her feet began to crack and warp. The night itself seemed to close in, the sky darkening with swirling clouds, as if it too were part of the entity's growing reach. The mark on Sophie's palm burned hotter, now so intense it felt like her flesh was being seared from the inside. No, Sophie whispered, tears streaming down her face, her heart pounding so hard it was as if her chest would burst. No, I didn't want this. But it was too late. From the shadow of the park, a figure began to emerge. It was a shape Sophie couldn't quite comprehend, an amalgamation of darkness, whispers, and pain. It stretched toward her, its form both alien and familiar, shifting, like smoke, a manifestation of the park itself. The park was alive. It was not bound by time or place. It had no true shape. It was a force, a hunger, a curse, and it had claimed Sophie. As her brother's shadow approached, Sophie felt her legs give way. She collapsed onto the cracked earth, her breath shallow and quick. The world was collapsing around her, the night closing in, the land twisting as if the very air were trying to suffocate her. Her brother knelt beside her, his cold hand brushing against her cheek. His eyes were full of sorrow, but there was no escape. There was no choice anymore. This is the price, Sophie, the figure whispered, its voice soft yet final. Freedom was never free. It was a gift, but it came at a cost. Sophie closed, her eyes feeling the mark on her hand burn as her soul stretched toward the darkness. And then, in the final moment before the void swallowed her whole, she realized there was no freedom. Not for her, not for anyone. The park had claimed them all. Sophie's consciousness flickered like a dying flame, her thoughts jumbled, fragmented. For a moment she thought she had fallen into a dream, a terrible, endless dream that twisted her memories into grotesque shapes. The mark on her hand seared, pulsing with an unnatural rhythm, as if the very core of her being was tethered to something ancient and hungry. The darkness had consumed her. She could feel it wrapping around her like a cold, heavy blanket that pressed on her chest, squeezing the air from her lungs. There was no escape, no way out. And yet, as the abyss yawned wide and the whispering winds of the park swirled around her, Sophie's mind began to clear. The edges of the world that had once been distorted started to sharpen. The shadows faded, slowly, painfully, until she could make out the faint outlines of figures moving in the distance. Her breath caught in her throat. She wasn't alone. For a fleeting moment, Sophie thought she saw her brother again, standing near the broken remnants of the Ferris wheel, his face shadowed but unmistakably his. His lips parted in a silent plea, as if to say something she couldn't quite hear. But then, the world shuddered. The ground beneath her trembled, the earth groaning as if the park itself were alive and in pain. The Ferris wheel, rusted and skeletal, creaked loudly in the distance, and as the shadows around her deepened, the presence of the entity, the thing that had controlled this place, grew stronger. The voice, its voice, returned. "You are mine now," it whispered, its tone not cold but strangely satisfied. "I have waited so long for this." Sophie's eyes snapped open. The once empty space around her was now filled with figures, shadows, ghosts, memories. They loomed like forgotten phantoms, silent but ever present. She recognized some of them. Old friends, people she had loved and lost, faces she hadn't thought of in years. They were all here, drifting in and out of the edges of her vision, their eyes hollow, their faces twisted in silent screams, and they were all trapped, just like her. The park, the entity, had claimed them, just as it had claimed her brother. Sophie could feel it now, that deep connection between them all. They were bound to the park, drawn into its hunger, its never-ending grasp, by the same thread that had ensnared her. But there was one thing Sophie didn't understand, one thing that gnawed at her. Why had the park let her go? Why had it allowed her to step out of the nightmare, only to pull her back in with this cruel, empty promise of freedom? The answer came in fragments, half-formed memories, whispers in the dark, her brother's voice, the mark on her hand, the truth she had been unwilling to see. It was a bargain, a deal that had been struck long ago, long before Sophie had ever stepped foot into the park. And now, Sophie realized, it was time for her to pay. As the darkness pressed in, Sophie's eyes flicked toward the distant edges of the park. She saw a figure there, moving swiftly through the shadows, a figure with an unnatural grace, as though it were part of the night itself. The figure's movements were smooth, deliberate, its silhouette stretched and warped by the flickering light of the distant carousel. It was tall, its shape vaguely human, but its face was obscured by the folds of darkness that clung to it like a cloak. Sophie's heart hammered in her chest. She knew this figure. She had seen it before. It was the caretaker. The figure stepped closer, emerging from the shadows like a phantom from an old nightmare. It was the same shadow she had glimpsed in the park, the one that had been there when she first encountered the entity. Its face was hidden, but Sophie could feel its eyes on her. She could feel it watching, calculating, waiting. "You've come back," the caretaker said in a voice like crackling leaves. "It was always meant to be this way. Once you step through that gate, there is no return. You will never escape. The gate." The words hung in the air, vibrating with an ancient power that Sophie couldn't fully comprehend. She turned toward the gate that stood before her. It was strange, the gate. A twisted archway of wrought iron, so old that the metal was corroded and bent out of shape. Twisted vines, black as midnight, coiled around the iron, choking the structure, suffocating it. The gate loomed like a dark sentinel, watching her. Behind it, Sophie could see nothing but pure, impenetrable darkness. It was another world, another place. "You have to cross it," the caretaker said, its voice a hiss. "Once you do, you will never know peace again." Sophie swallowed, her mind racing. This was the choice, the sacrifice that had been offered to her. But what would happen if she crossed that gate? What was on the other side? Her brother's face flashed in her mind, and Sophie's heart clenched. She had freed him, or so she thought. Was he still lost? Was he still in the park? Was there hope for him? "Sophie," the voice called again, softer now, almost pleading. "Sophie, don't listen to it. Don't stay here. You can find the truth. You can find me." But Sophie knew better now. The park fed on choices. It fed on the struggle between guilt and freedom, between the love of the past and the cost of the present. The mark on her hand, the sigil that burned like fire, was the cost of that freedom. And now, standing before the gate, Sophie understood. There was no simple answer, no way to undo the damage that had been done. She had crossed into this place with nothing but a desire to end her torment, to set things right. But this wasn't a place where things were right. This was a place where the wrong was eternal. And crossing that gate would bind her to that eternity. But if she didn't cross it, if she stayed in this liminal space, In this twisted reflection of the world she had known, would she ever truly be free? Her mind raced, and the caretaker's form shifted again, its shape flickering like a fading shadow, its presence weighing heavy on Sophie's soul. "The gate is the only way forward, Sophie," it murmured. "The question is, will you step through?" Sophie looked back at the empty darkness. Beyond the gate, the sound of her brother's voice lingered in the air, desperate, broken. The figure of the caretaker drifted closer, its face still obscured by the shadows. Sophie could feel the pull of the gate, the force drawing her in, tugging at her very core. She took one last trembling breath and stepped forward. The moment Sophie stepped through the gate, everything shifted. The world she had known, the half-remembered park, the empty lot, the voices that whispered in the night, vanished. The oppressive darkness that had swallowed her moments before receded, only to be replaced by something far worse. The air was thick here, as if it had been trapped in a place that had never known light, its heaviness pressing down on her chest, suffocating her breath. Her feet sank into the ground, as if the earth beneath her was soft, yielding, yet strangely resistant. Each step was a struggle, as though the ground itself were trying to pull her down, pull her under. The silence was deafening. There were no sounds, no wind, no birds, no faraway hum of life that usually signaled the presence of something living. This place, this world was a void, an absence of anything familiar. The very air hummed with an unnatural vibration, and Sophie felt it crawl up her spine, a ripple of discomfort that gnawed at her, crawling under her skin. She had crossed the threshold, yes, but now she understood. There was no going back. There was no returning to the world she had known. The gate behind her was gone, swallowed by the thick fog that now surrounded her. The twisted iron archway had vanished like a mirage. Sophie turned, frantic, searching for some clue, some escape. But all she could see was the vast emptiness stretching out before her, nothing but shadow and dim, flickering light that seemed to come from nowhere. And then she saw it, a figure standing in the distance, a faint silhouette framed by the unnatural flickering light. At first, Sophie thought it was her brother. She could feel his presence, the strange warmth of the connection they shared, even though the distance between them seemed insurmountable. But when she looked closer, she saw that it was not him. It was something else. The figure was tall, gaunt, wrapped in tattered black robes that fluttered as though moved by some unseen wind. Its hands were long, unnaturally thin, and its face, if you could call it a face, was a blank, smooth surface like a mask, devoid of expression, of identity. Yet Sophie felt the weight of its gaze, heavy and unblinking, as though it were watching her, judging her every move. She took a step back, her heart hammering in her chest. The figure didn't move. Not yet. She could feel the dark pulse in the air around her, the echo of something ancient stirring in the depths of this place. It was as though the land itself was alive, not in the way she knew life, but in a deeper, older way, something primal and consuming. The ground beneath her feet shifted again, and Sophie felt herself falling into the very core of this darkness. She reached out, her hands trembling, and grasped at the air around her, desperate to maintain her balance. But it was futile. The figure slowly began to move. With each step, the earth trembled. A low hum vibrated through the ground, so deep and resonant that it felt like it was coming from inside her bones. Sophie froze. Her breath caught in her throat. She recognized it now. The same hum that had filled the air at the abandoned park. The same hum that had surrounded her brother when he had been taken. The figure stopped, now only a few feet away from her. Its presence was overwhelming, intense and suffocating, and then, with a sound like wet cloth scraping against stone, the figure reached up and lifted its mask. Sophie recoiled. Behind the mask was not a face at all, but an endless void, a hollow space where a face should have been. It was as though the figure had no identity, no soul, no sense of self, only a yawning chasm of emptiness where the truth of its being should have been. And then came the voice, low and ancient, deep and resonating. It wasn't a voice in the traditional sense. It was more of a presence. It wrapped around Sophie's mind, sinking into her skull like fingers clawing into her brain. "You think you've crossed to escape," it murmured, its voice as smooth as silk, but edged with an unearthly cold. "But this is not an escape, this is where it begins." Sophie opened her mouth to speak, but no sound came out. She was frozen, rooted to the spot, as though her body were no longer her own. "You are bound to this place now, Sophie." The figure's voice was like a distant, echoing laugh. Just as he was, just as all of them were. The word them sent a cold shiver down her spine. She knew exactly what the figure meant. The others, those whose faces had blurred into the shadows of the park, the ones who had never escaped, whose souls had been consumed by the same force that had dragged her into this nightmare. "You freed him," the figure continued, its voice growing sharper, colder, but at what cost? Sophie's chest tightened, a wave of nausea crashing over her. Her brother. She had thought she had saved him, set him free from the park's grasp. But the entity had taken him, had consumed him, just as it had consumed everyone else. She hadn't freed him at all. She had merely traded one life for another, and now Sophie was the one who would pay the price. "You are the final piece," the figure continued, its voice a low rumble in the silence. "The last soul to bind to this place." Sophie felt her legs buckle beneath her as the reality of the situation settled in. She was trapped. There was no way out, no escape. She had thought that crossing the gate would lead to freedom, but now, standing on the precipice of this new world, Sophie understood the truth. There was no freedom here. Not for her. Not for anyone. This place, this realm, was a prison. A prison where time had no meaning. Where the souls of the lost wandered forever, bound to the darkness by a force older than the world itself. The mark on her palm burned brighter now, searing into her skin with a pain that consumed her entire being. It wasn't just a symbol. It was her sentence, her soul's debt to the park, and to the entity that had trapped her here. Her mind reeled, spinning in a whirlpool of despair. But there was one thing Sophie didn't understand. One question that gnawed at her, even now. Why had she been chosen? Why was she the final piece? What had made her the one to take on this curse? As the figure moved closer, its hollow face hovering inches from hers, Sophie understood. This was the price of freedom, the price of every soul the park had ever taken. It was an endless cycle, a cycle of debt and sacrifice. One soul could never truly be free unless another took its place. It was an ancient, unbreakable law, one that bound them all to the same fate. "You are part of it now," the figure whispered, its voice now a hiss in her ear. "And so you will remain, forever." The ground beneath Sophie cracked open, the earth yawning wide as darkness swallowed her whole. And Sophie realized, too late, that there was no escape. There never had been. Sophie's senses exploded with an intense, oppressive pressure as the darkness around her surged upward like an unstoppable tide. It was as though the very air itself had turned against her, thick and unbreathable, clinging to her skin like a blanket of ash. The earth beneath her feet trembled again, an unearthly rumble filling the hollow space. vibrating through the marrow of her bones. Her mind was a blur, chaotic, fragmented, unable to focus as the figure's presence loomed ever nearer. Its hollow, mask-like face was now impossibly close, like a void that threatened to consume everything, every shred of memory, every piece of identity she had left. She wanted to scream, to fight, but her throat was dry, her voice swallowed by the oppressive weight of the air. Every inch of her body screamed in agony as the darkness pulled at her, each shadow stretching like tendrils, reaching for her soul, coaxing it into submission. But then something shifted. The landscape around her quivered. The shadows that had once seemed like an endless ocean of night, like a curtain drawn tight over the world, began to fade, unraveling before her eyes like fraying threads. A dull light, cold and pale, bled through the cracks in the darkness, spilling into the space around her. The figure, no longer looming above her, now stood at a distance, watching silently as the world around Sophie began to change. At first, Sophie couldn't believe her eyes. The ground beneath her had turned from soft, yielding earth to something harder, colder. Concrete, cracked and broken, stretched outward, forming jagged lines in the darkness. As the world shifted, Sophie could see it, the crumbling remnants of a place she thought she would never see again. The park, but not the park she remembered. The Ferris wheel was twisted and broken, its rusted skeleton reaching toward a sky that was now a sickly greenish black, as if it had been poisoned by time itself. The carousel, once full of vibrant life and laughter, was now still and silent. The painted horses cracked and rotting, their eyes hollow as though they had seen too much. The carnival booths were nothing more than empty shells, their flaking facades whispering with the ghosts of the past. This was her world, or what was left of it. The park that had once been full of light, full of joy, had turned into something grotesque, a broken reflection of itself, twisted by the thing that had claimed it. The gate. She had crossed it, but this was not freedom. This was a deeper prison. Her hand still throbbed with the mark, the sigil that bound her to this place. The burning pain in her skin was like an anchor, tethering her to this forsaken realm. It was no longer just a symbol. It was a part of her, a scar she could never escape. And then, as though drawn by some invisible force, Sophie began to move. Each step felt as though she was sinking into the ground, her feet dragging against the cracked concrete. But her body moved forward, compelled by the force that had taken hold of her, by the thing that lurked just beyond the edges of her vision. She didn't have control anymore. She wasn't walking toward anything in particular. She was merely walking because she had to. The faint echoes of carnival music drifted to her ears, warped, distorted, as though it were coming from far away, and yet right next to her, the notes slipping and sliding like liquid through a dream. Sophie's heart skipped a beat. "The music," she whispered to herself, her voice hoarse. "I remember this." She remembered the sound of laughter, the laughter of children, the bright, colorful lights of the carnival, the way her brother's hand had felt in hers as they had walked together, full of life, full of hope. That day, before the park had claimed him. The music faded, and then it stopped altogether, replaced by a quiet, heavy silence. And then, the whispers began. At first, it was just a rustle, like wind through dead leaves, faint and almost imperceptible. But then, the voices grew clearer, more distinct. Low, guttural murmurs, not quite human, not quite alive, but full of a longing that twisted Sophie's stomach into knots. Sophie. Her name was soft, barely audible, yet it made her blood run cold. She stopped, her breath shallow, her heart pounding against her chest. She wasn't alone. The park was never empty, never still. There was something else here, something waiting. Sophie. We've been waiting for you." The voice was not her brother's. It was too ancient, too twisted. But it held the same kind of pain, the same kind of grief she had heard in his voice before he was taken, before he disappeared into the shadowed depths of the park. Sophie felt a chill run through her veins. The darkness seemed to press closer, the air growing thicker, the weight of it pulling her deeper into the park's heart. The whispers surrounded her, a chorus of voices now, all calling to her, begging her to come closer, to join them. "We are the forgotten ones," the voice continued, the edges of it jagged and cold. "We are the ones who were lost. We were once free. But we are bound here now, bound by the curse of this place." Sophie's knees buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, her palms pressing against the cold concrete. The whispers, the voices, filled her head, reverberating like an unholy chant, louder and louder, each word a knife in her skull. She could feel their cold hands reaching out, their presence in the dark corners of her mind. "You're one of us. Now," the voice whispered, a sharp, cruel laugh following. "You cannot escape." But then there was a shift, a sudden break in the atmosphere, as if something had broken through the veil of darkness that encased her. A bright, flickering light pierced the air, sharp and blinding, and for a moment Sophie thought she could see something, someone at the center of it, a figure, a silhouette against the light. "Sophie." The voice was familiar, soft, tender. "You have to let go. You can't save them. Not here." Her breath caught. Her brother. The figure stepped forward from the light, his face barely visible through the shifting shadows. Sophie's heart ached, her whole body trembling as the light around him flickered like a candle in the wind. It was him. It was really him. But there was something wrong. He wasn't alive. He wasn't whole. He was fading, dissolving into the light, a ghost of the person he had once been. Sophie's fingers reached out to him, but the distance between them only grew like a cruel illusion, like a phantom that was meant to tease her and break her. I'm sorry," he whispered, his voice cracked with grief. "I couldn't stop it. I couldn't save you." The words hit Sophie like a punch to the gut, her chest tightening as the truth of what had happened sank in. Her brother had been lost to this place. He had always been lost. There was no saving him. There was no returning to the life they had shared. And now Sophie was a part of this twisted existence. She was bound to the park, like every other lost soul, cursed to wander forever in the dark, surrounded by whispers of things long dead. "I'm sorry," the figure repeated, his voice faltering as he faded completely into the light. "But you're one of us now." Sophie reached out desperately, but he was gone. The light flickered once more, and then it was extinguished, leaving only the darkness behind, and Sophie was alone again. The whispers returned, louder now, colder. The entity that had taken her brother, that had claimed the souls of so many others, was still here, waiting, watching. She couldn't fight it. There was no escape. She had crossed the threshold, and now she was part of this place, part of its hunger, its endless cycle. Sophie had joined the forgotten, and the park would never let her go. Sophie didn't know how long she had been sitting there, her body pressed against the cold, cracked concrete, her knees pulled up to her chest in a futile attempt to shield herself from the darkness that surrounded her. The park, now a twisted reflection of its former self, loomed like a monstrous memory. It seemed alive in its own right, waiting, breathing, pulsating with a heartbeat that wasn't her own. She could feel it in the air, a constant, unsettling thrum beneath the ground, like the pulse of some vast, insatiable creature. The air tasted stale, thick with decay and the echoes of those lost souls, those voices, grew louder with every passing moment, wrapping around her like chains. Sophie's mind was unraveling, the threads of reality beginning to blur. Her brother's voice, so vivid just moments ago, had disappeared entirely, replaced by the cacophony of whispers that seemed to seep out from every corner of the park. The carnival rides, once gleaming and alive, now seemed like rusted skeletal remnants of a forgotten dream. The Ferris wheel groaned faintly, turning in slow, deliberate arcs, as though it had a will of its own. The carousel spun in silence, its horses frozen mid-gallop, their painted eyes staring into the void with a lifeless, haunting gaze. Sophie couldn't move. She could barely breathe. Each passing second felt like an eternity. And yet, she could not tear her gaze from the park around her. Her feet remained stuck to the ground, as if the concrete itself had come alive, holding her in place. Every movement she made was sluggish, her body fighting against her will, her legs too weak to carry her forward. It was as if the park was watching her, waiting. And then she saw it. A shadow flickering on the periphery of her vision. At first she thought it was just a trick of the light, a fleeting wisp of darkness. But then it moved again, more deliberately this time. There, at the edge of her sight, stood something, or someone. She wasn't sure what it was, not at first. It was tall, impossibly tall, with limbs that stretched far beyond what should have been humanly possible. Its body was hidden in the shadows, but Sophie could feel it there, watching her. Its presence weighed down on her like a physical force, pushing her deeper into the ground. The air grew colder, the temperature dropping so fast that Sophie's breath became visible, a thin mist of vapor that dissipated almost immediately. The figure didn't move, not yet, but Sophie could feel it, a terrible, gnawing sensation deep in her chest, as though it were searching for something, searching for her. Suddenly the whispers stilled. Sophie's pulse quickened, her heart hammering in her chest, but the silence was even worse. It was oppressive, like the entire park had held its breath. She wanted to look away, but her eyes were locked onto that shadow. It moved then, fluidly, as though it were both part of the darkness and something more. It was closer. Now Sophie could feel its eyes on her, or rather she could feel the absence of them. It was as though the darkness itself was staring through her, reading her every thought, every fear. There was no face, no features, no defining shape. Just a void, a consuming, empty blackness that swallowed everything around it. And then a voice. It was low, deep, and laced with something ancient and cruel. Sophie could feel the words as much as hear them, vibrating through her chest like an earthquake. "You're still here," the voice murmured, echoing through the void. Still, clinging to hope? Sophie tried to speak, but no words came out. Her mouth felt dry, the weight of her fear too great for anything but silence. She was frozen, her limbs refusing to obey, as though the air itself had locked her in place. "You cannot escape," the voice continued, the words hanging heavy in the E. "Stillness, not anymore. You crossed the threshold." The shadows seemed to grow, crawling toward her like ink spilled on the floor, moving ever closer. The figure stretched, its limbs contorting unnaturally, bending and twisting in ways that defied the laws of physics. It wasn't just watching her. It was feasting on her fear. It was drawing closer, its very presence poisoning the air, thickening it with something unbearable. "You thought you were different," the voice whispered again, now impossibly close. "You thought you could free him, free yourself. But there is no freedom. Not here." Sophie's mind swam in a fog of confusion. She couldn't think. She couldn't move. The air was suffocating her, thick with sorrow and regret. And in the middle of it all, the shadow loomed, its form shifting, its voice wrapping around her, drowning her in its presence. It's not just him you have to save. The voice whispered. It's all of them. The lost, the forgotten, the ones who were never meant to escape. The figure's shape became clearer now, though not in any sense that Sophie could understand. It was a mass of shadows and shifting limbs, long and grotesque, the darkness dripping from it like oil. It reached out, its fingers impossibly long, and Sophie screamed, but her voice was lost in the overwhelming weight of its presence. They're waiting for you, the voice crooned, now a low, maddening chant. Waiting for you to join them. The ground beneath Sophie's feet cracked open, a deep rift forming, and the air around her swirled with blackness. Her body shook with the effort to move, but it was useless. She was caught in the web of this place, and there was no escape. But then, through the chaos, Sophie's mind snapped back to the one thing that had kept her going, her brother. She had to find him. She had to. There was no other choice. The thought of losing him, of leaving him behind in this hell, was unbearable. She fought against the pressure in her chest, the weight of the darkness that was closing in around her. It was suffocating her. But her brother's face, his memory, was the only thing she had left. Sophie pushed herself to her feet, staggering against the weight of the shadows. She could feel the figure's gaze following her, its presence curling around her like a snake. But she pushed on, step by trembling step. You can't save him, the voice hissed, the words wrapping around her like a vice. He's already one of us. Sophie didn't listen. She couldn't listen. Her brother needed her. She had to find him. But as she moved through the park, her mind began to slip. She wasn't sure if the roads were the same anymore. The carousel, the Ferris wheel, they were all wrong. Each ride, each path led her back into the center of the park, the place where the figure watched from the shadows, its hollow gaze never leaving her. And then, for the briefest moment, Sophie saw something or someone, a figure standing just beyond the dim light, beckoning her forward. Her brother. Come to me, the figure whispered, its voice his but not his. I'm here, Sophie. I'm waiting. She ran toward it, not thinking, not questioning. She had to reach him. But the figure was waiting, and the shadows too were waiting. Sophie had crossed the threshold, and now there was no escape. Sophie's heart thundered in her chest as she pushed forward, her breath ragged and shallow, the air burning her lungs with each frantic inhale. The park loomed before her, its twisted rides and forgotten paths stretching endlessly into the void. The darkness was growing, pulling at her like an invisible hand, guiding her, urging her toward the center of the park, the place where she had lost her brother, and where, perhaps, she would lose herself. The figure, the one that had once been her brother, stood just beyond the edge of the dim light, beckoning her with an outstretched hand. It was not him, not truly, not anymore. But Sophie's mind couldn't bear to face that truth. Not yet. She needed to believe. I'm here, Sophie. The voice whispered again, its words soft, distant, as if floating on the wind, echoing through the suffocating silence that surrounded her. I've always been here. Her feet carried her faster now, the ground beneath her, feet slick with a heavy, unearthly moisture. Every step felt like a struggle, like walking through molasses, the weight of the shadows bearing down on her, pressing against her skin, tightening her chest. The whispers, always there, grew louder, more insistent, rising like a tidal wave of noise that seemed to drown out her every thought. Sophie's fingers curled into fists, her nails digging into her palms, the pain grounding her in the present moment. She couldn't let go of the memory of her brother, of that last fateful day in the park. She couldn't let go of the guilt that had been gnawing at her since his disappearance. Had she known what would happen? Had she somehow abandoned him? The more she thought about it, the more the doubts crept in, the more the shadows grew. The air shimmered with something darker, colder. The voice, her brother's voice, echoed again, this time closer, sharper, as if the very fabric of reality had begun to tear. "I'm not lost, Sophie," it whispered. But the words were warped now, twisted, dripping with something other. "You're the one who's lost. You've always been lost." Her brother's face, his warm smile, his easy laugh, flashed in her mind. She remembered the way his hand had felt in hers, the way they had promised each other they would never leave. But now that memory was fractured, broken, the more she searched for it, the more it slipped through her fingers, like water, like sand. She tried to scream, to shout back, to demand an answer, but her voice was lost in the oppressive weight of the shadows. The figure moved again, a mere silhouette against the backdrop of darkness, but Sophie's mind had already shifted. This was no longer her brother. This was something else, something that wore his face but was not him. This was the thing that had taken him. She stopped dead in her tracks. The air crackled. The shadows had taken on a new shape, now swirling around her, twisting, distorting, the very earth beneath her feet trembling as though the ground itself was alive, trying to pull her into the dark depths. The distant sounds of carnival music returned, warped and eerie, like a broken lullaby. The notes seemed to come from everywhere at once, spinning and curling around her, pulling at her very soul. A deep, guttural laugh echoed from the shadows. "Do you think you can save him?" the voice mocked, its tone bitter, mocking. "Do you think you can undo what's been done?" Sophie tried to move, but her body refused to obey. The shadows were closing in around her, tighter and tighter, until she felt as though she were drowning in darkness. She could feel the cold, clammy fingers of the past clutching at her heart. The guilt, the grief, the endless cycle of wondering whether things could have been different. The whispering voices began to chant, a low, rhythmic hum that seemed to come from the depths of the earth itself. The words were unintelligible, the sounds scraping against her nerves, digging into her skull. The park around her began to warp, shifting and bending in ways that were impossible. The rides were no longer in the distance. They were all around her now, their rusted metal twisting into grotesque shapes. The Ferris wheel rose and fell, its massive shadow stretching across the horizon, casting an unnatural, ghostly light over everything. And then Sophie saw something. At first it was a blur, just a flicker in the corner of her eye. But as her gaze fixed on it, her blood went cold. There, standing at the base of the Ferris wheel, was a figure, a person, a child. No, older than her brother had been when he disappeared. The child was facing away from her, but there was something wrong about them. Their body was hunched and twisted, their clothes tattered, like something ancient. Their hands were raised, palms outstretched toward the Ferris wheel, as if they were trying to summon it, to control it. Sophie's heart caught in her throat. "Tommy," she whispered, barely able to breathe. But the figure didn't turn. It didn't even flinch. Her heart raced, and for a moment she thought she had imagined it. The stress, the fear, it was playing tricks on her. But then the child turned, and Sophie's blood ran cold. It wasn't Tommy. It wasn't a child at all. The figure's face was gaunt, skeletal, hollowed out, its skin stretched tight across its bones, eyes sunken and empty. It was not human anymore. It was something other, something twisted by the darkness of this place. It opened its mouth, and the laughter from earlier echoed back in an unsettling chorus, distorting into a long, jagged scream that rattled Sophie's bones. The figure's lips peeled back in a grin, revealing rows of jagged, broken teeth. "You're too late," the figure rasped, its voice unnaturally deep, like something from the depths of the earth itself. "You've always been too late." The ground beneath Sophie's feet cracked open, and she staggered backward, nearly falling, her breath coming in desperate gasps. The shadowed figure loomed closer, and the darkness around her seemed to pulse, to breathe with a life of its own. Sophie couldn't run, she couldn't hide. It was all around her. "You'll never leave," the figure said, its voice a low, rasping whisper. "You're bound here, like the others, like him." Sophie's mind screamed, but the words were trapped, lost in the weight of her own fear. The park was no longer just a place. It was a living, breathing entity, and it had consumed everything in its path. The laughter, the whispers, the promises, it had all been lies. There was no escape. She was one of them now. The child, the thing that had once been her brother, moved closer, its hollow eyes locking onto hers. Sophie was frozen, unable to move, as if the very air had solidified around her, trapping her in place. The entity that had taken everything she held dear reached out a hand, its fingers long and skeletal, its grip cold and unforgiving. And as it touched her, Sophie's world began to unravel. Sophie felt her heart constrict as the cold fingers of the creature wrapped around her wrist, pulling her closer with a strength that shouldn't have been possible for something so frail, so skeletal. Its grip was like ice. No, worse than ice. Like the chill of death itself, seeping into her bones, filling her with a growing, suffocating sense of helplessness. Her body refused to move, frozen in place, as the entity tugged her toward the center of the park, where the twisted remnants of the carnival rides loomed like the jagged teeth of some ancient, slumbering beast. She wanted to scream, to fight, back, but no sound came. Her voice was swallowed by the thick, oppressive silence that hung over the park. The whispers had returned, louder now, swirling in the air like a storm of voices, each one desperate, pleading, calling for something, anything, to break the endless cycle of torment. Sophie could feel their eyes on her, feel their hunger, their rage. And at the center of it all was the thing that wore her brother's face, a twisted reflection of the boy she had once known. "Don't fight it," the entity whispered, its voice slithering into her mind like a worm crawling through the cracks of her sanity. "You'll only make it worse. You're already a part of us, Sophie. You've always been." Her legs trembled beneath her, her knees buckling as the entity dragged her closer, closer to the Ferris wheel. The towering ride seemed to loom larger. With each step, its metal frame twisted and warped, its once beautiful cars now rusted and decayed, their windows shattered like the broken promises of a forgotten past. The wheel groaned, its creaking sound echoing through the empty park, the air thick with the scent of rust and rot. Sophie wanted to look away, to tear her gaze from the monstrous figure that was guiding her, but she couldn't. Her eyes were locked onto it, as if bound by some invisible force. The figure, her brother, was still standing there, its form impossibly tall, its shape flickering in and out of focus, its limbs too long, too wrong. Its eyes were wide, empty, dark pits, sucking in the very light around them. And yet Sophie knew, deep down, that it was him. It has to be, Tommy. She whispered, her voice barely audible, cracked with fear. Please let me help you." The entity chuckled, a low, guttural sound that rattled her bones. "You can't help him," it said, its voice dripping with mockery. "He's gone, Sophie. He's one of us now, just like you will be." The words hit her like a physical blow. Her breath caught in her throat, and for a moment she felt the world around her tilt, as though she were falling, spinning into a void that stretched endlessly beneath her feet. Her knees hit the ground, but the thing that held her wrist pulled her back up, forcing her to stand. Her body was no longer her own. It was a marionette in the hands of some unseen puppeteer. A loud, horrific screech echoed from the Ferris wheel. Sophie's heart skipped a beat as the massive wheel began to turn, its rusted gears grinding together with a sound that seemed to tear at her very soul. Each movement of the wheel was deliberate, slow and agonizing, as though it were alive, as though it were watching her, waiting for her to come closer. Her stomach twisted, nausea threatening to overtake her, but she couldn't look away. She couldn't break free from the magnetic pull of the ride. There was something wrong with it, something dark, something ancient, and it called to her. "You don't understand, Sophie," the voice said, this time inside her mind. "You think you're different, don't you? You think you're going to walk out of here, save him. But you're wrong. You've always been wrong." Sophie stumbled forward, pulled along like a puppet, her body moving without her consent. The Ferris wheel loomed closer, its massive shadow casting an eerie pall over everything in its reach. It was growing, shifting, expanding, the shadow of it stretching over the entire park, swallowing everything in its wake. Sophie could feel the weight of its gaze on her, the pressure building in her chest, as though it were trying to crush the life out of her. The laughter returned. A chorus of voices, so many voices, filling her ears, surrounding her, echoing off the broken ruins of the park. She could hear them now, clear as day. The voices of the lost, of the forgotten, of those who had been trapped here before her. They whispered her name, calling to her, pulling her deeper into the web of the park, deeper into the grip of the entity. "Sophie," one voice whispered, "you don't belong here. Leave before it's too late. You're already one of us." Another echoed, its tone hollow, hollowed out by the years of torment. "You're part of the curse now. You can't escape." Sophie's legs trembled as the figure, her brother, began to move toward her, its arms outstretched, its face contorted in an expression of eternal hunger. The moment it reached her, it was as though the world shifted. She could feel the shadows closing in around her, the darkness crawling under her skin, filling her with an insatiable cold. "I'm not him," the voice whispered again, this time deeper, darker. "He's gone, and so are you." And with that, Sophie felt the ground slip away from beneath her. She wasn't falling, not exactly. It was as though the park itself was sinking into the earth, pulling her with it, dragging her into the darkness. Her mind screamed, but the air around her had turned thick, suffocating, like a fog that clogged her thoughts. Her vision blurred as she was pulled deeper into the earth, deeper into the very heart of the park. It was here that the truth became clear, cold and undeniable. The Ferris wheel, the rides, the darkness, it was all a part of the curse, an endless loop of suffering, of lost souls doomed to wander, trapped in the inescapable grip of the park. The whispers grew louder, the voices merging into one, becoming a chorus of grief and sorrow, of those who had been lost long before Sophie. And now, as she was pulled down into the darkness, she realized she had never been meant to save her brother. She had always been one of them. Her brother's voice whispered one final time, softer now, a fleeting echo that brushed against her soul. "I'm sorry, Sophie. I couldn't save you." And then, nothing. Only darkness. Only the endless abyss of the park, where time no longer mattered, where nothing was left but the shadows. Sophie had no sense of time. In the dark, she had become nothing more than a whisper of a person, her form intangible, her thoughts scattered like broken glass. The abyss had swallowed her whole, and now it seemed as though she had ceased to exist in any meaningful way. There was only the deep, endless void that surrounded her, thick and suffocating, dark as the deepest cavern, silent as a tomb. She couldn't remember how long she had been falling, or if she had ever truly touched the ground. It was as though she was suspended in a nightmare where nothing had weight, nothing had substance. She could still hear the broken, distant echoes of the carnival music playing somewhere in the distance, but it was warped, pulled apart and stretched thin, as though it were coming from the other side of a long, sealed door. It was then that she felt the cold. It didn't start as a chill, but something far worse. A presence, something that pressed against her from all sides, filling the hollow spaces of her being. It seeped into her bones, cold and sharp, like the bite of an old memory she could never escape. The cold felt alive, hungry. She shuddered, trying to gather her thoughts, trying to cling to the fragments of who she had been. But they slipped, through her fingers like sand. She felt it again. The tug, a pull, faint but undeniable, luring her out of the emptiness, away from the crushing isolation. The shadows that had once consumed her began to fade, pulling back just enough to reveal shapes in the distance. Figures. Faint, flickering silhouettes that seemed to move with the rhythm of the darkness, twisting and writhing in patterns she couldn't quite understand. The shapes blurred, as if they were trying to make sense of her, studying her the way one might examine a piece of broken glass. Sophie wanted to look away, but she couldn't. The pull was stronger now, a gnawing sensation at the back of her mind. She wanted to scream, to demand answers, but no words came. The coldness of the place had stolen her voice. The figures, now clearer, began to take shape. They weren't people, not exactly. At least not in the way she had once understood people. They were like reflections in a cracked mirror, distorted, blurred by time and decay. Some were hunched over, their faces obscured by shadows, while others hovered in the distance, moving with a strange, fluid grace. They seemed familiar, but not in any way Sophie could articulate. One of the figures took a step forward. It was taller than the others, its limbs impossibly long, its body bent at an unnatural angle. As it moved, the darkness seemed to fold. Around it like a cloak, its eyes, if they could even be called eyes, gleaming faintly in the dim light. Sophie's heart skipped a beat as it reached out toward her, its hand so impossibly long it seemed to stretch across space itself. No, I'm not ready. The figure's touch grazed her shoulder, icy and unyielding, and in that instant, everything changed. The world exploded in a flash of white-hot pain, and Sophie's body jerked involuntarily, as the figure's touch seemed to burn her skin, searing her very soul. Her vision blurred. The ground shifted beneath her, as if the very fabric of reality had begun to unravel. She gasped, struggling to remain grounded, but the ground was dissolving around her, pulling away like sand through an hourglass. The coldness enveloped her completely, filling her lungs, choking the very life from her. But then, just as suddenly, the pressure released. She fell to her knees, gasping for air, her chest heaving. But the air, what little of it there was, seemed thick, as if she were underwater, drowning in her own terror. Her heart pounded, each beat like a thunderclap in the silence. But the shadows that had once clung to her, that had once threatened to swallow her whole, began to pull back, dissipating into nothingness, retreating into the distance, and there, standing in the center of it all, was a figure. No, not a figure. It was him, Tommy. Her breath caught in her throat as she looked up at him, disbelief and hope warring within her chest. It was him, her brother. She knew it was him. She felt it in the depths of her soul. But something was wrong. Very wrong. His eyes were hollow, empty pits, dark as the void around them. His skin was pale, sickly, and stretched too tightly over his bones. He was too still. His mouth was slack, a faint trail of something dark running down his chin, as if he had forgotten how to speak, how to be human. And his hands, they twitched, the fingers curling and uncurling in strange, jerking motions as if they weren't truly under his control. "Tommy?" Sophie's voice cracked. "Tommy, it's me. Please come back to me." The figure didn't move, didn't respond. But Sophie could feel it. He was there. He was somewhere behind those hollow eyes, somewhere deep beneath the surface of this thing that looked like him. She could feel the remnants of the bond they once shared, tugging at her heart. The desperate, silent plea from her brother, buried beneath the corruption of the entity that had taken him. "You think he's still in there, Sophie?" A voice rasped from the shadows. It was the same voice, the voice of the entity, the one that had once spoken in her mind. "He's gone. He's never coming back, and neither are you." Sophie recoiled at the words, her chest tightening with a wave of grief so intense it nearly knocked her over. She felt like she was drowning in it, consumed by the loss, by the realization that Tommy was no longer hers to save. He was gone, taken, twisted, lost to the dark forces that ruled this place. There would be no reunion. There would be no rescue. Not this time. But even as the grief threatened to swallow her whole, Sophie couldn't give in. She couldn't let the darkness take her completely. She had lost too much already. And she knew, in the deepest corner of her heart, that there was still a chance, a way out. There had to be. Her brother's form flickered almost imperceptibly. His face twisted for just a moment, an expression of pain, of torment, one that flashed so briefly that Sophie wasn't sure she had seen it at all. "Tommy," she whispered again, her voice trembling. She reached out for him, her hand shaking, but it was like trying to touch the wind. His form shimmered like a ghost, fading in and out of existence. "I won't leave you." And then in the distance, Sophie heard something. A sound. No, not a sound. A song. The faintest, softest hint of the carnival music she had heard before. Her pulse quickened. She didn't know what it meant, but she felt it. This song, this music was the key, the answer to everything. The darkness, the park, her brother. She looked one last time at Tommy's fading figure. His face twisted once more, an image of agony flashing across his features, before he faded into the shadows completely. "No," she whispered, but there was no time to chase after him. The pull of the music, the pull of something else, something far more dangerous, was too strong. She turned, running towards the sound, into the deep, shifting shadows of the park. But with every step, the darkness grew louder, more oppressive, and something deep inside her heart whispered the truth. There was no escaping what had come for her. The carnival music grew louder, more distinct with each step Sophie took. It was a melody she had heard 1,000 times in her childhood, bright, cheerful, innocent, but now it sounded warped, tainted by the darkness of the park. The tune spiraled in on itself, looping over and over in a maddening cadence. It twisted, bending at odd angles, becoming something far darker than she had ever known it to be. Sophie's breath came in ragged gasps as she ran, her legs burning with exhaustion. The shadows seemed to close in around her, pressing against her skin, whispering in a language she couldn't quite understand. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of decay, of something long dead, but not quite gone. The carnival, the rides, the broken remnants of what had once been a place of joy, all loomed before her, their twisted, decaying forms barely visible in the shifting fog. It was as though the very park itself were alive, its broken bones creaking in the wind, its heart still beating in the depths of the earth. And still, the music played. She didn't know why she kept running toward it. It called to her, beckoning her, but at the same time she felt it. The danger, the certainty that whatever lay ahead would not offer any answers. She had already seen too much, felt too much. There was no escape from what had already happened. And yet, the music was so familiar, so close, so impossible to ignore. The Ferris wheel was near now, towering above her like a dark monolith. The air around it shimmered with an unnatural heat, the iron frame groaning as if it too were being pulled into the same cursed orbit. She had seen it from the beginning, but now she understood. This was the heart of it, the Ferris wheel, the rides, the very place that had once held so many promises, so much joy, had become the prison for all those trapped within it. As she approached the wheel, her heart thudded against her chest, the pulse in her throat growing faster. Her brother's form had faded, lost in the shadows, but Sophie felt his presence still, not in the physical sense, but in the space where memories lingered, where hope clung desperately to life. He was still here, somewhere. She reached out a trembling hand, her fingers brushing against the cold, rusted metal of the Ferris wheel, and as soon as her skin made contact, everything stopped. The music, the movement, the very park itself seemed to hold its breath. Sophie's pulse roared in her ears as she stood there, the darkness swirling around her like an unholy storm. She had touched it. She had reached the heart of the curse. And now, there was no going back. A figure emerged from the shadows. Sophie's breath caught in her throat, her eyes snapping to the figure that stood before her, barely visible, but unmistakable. It was Tommy, or rather, what was left of him. He was more twisted, now more deformed, his body contorted in impossible angles, like something that had been stretched and warped beyond recognition. His eyes, those empty pits, stared at her, unblinking, as if they could see her but couldn't truly see her. The darkness had consumed him, and now there was nothing left but a hollow echo of the brother she had known. But still, Sophie couldn't. "Look away, Tommy," she whispered, her voice cracked with both fear and hope. "Please, I won't leave you." The figure, the thing that wore his face, took a slow, deliberate step toward her, and Sophie's heart trembled in her chest. She reached out to him, but he recoiled, his limbs jerking in unnatural spasms. "Tommy, please, don't do this. It's me. I'm here. I can still help you." A deep, guttural laugh echoed through the space, reverberating through the very bones of the Ferris wheel. The sound so full of agony, so soaked in despair, that it made Sophie's insides twist with a deep, sickening pain. "You can't save him, Sophie," the voice crooned. But it was not Tommy's voice. It was the voice of the entity, the one that had whispered to her since the beginning, the one that had driven her to this point. "He is already gone. You should have accepted that when you had the chance." Sophie's fingers twitched. She had no choice now but to face this, to confront the reality of what she had been running from. But then the music stopped. The silence that followed was suffocating. The world around her seemed to collapse inward, like the slow, suffocating closing of a door. Sophie closed her eyes, feeling the weight of everything pressing down on her. Her brother's death, the curse that had trapped him, the horror that had twisted this place into an eternal nightmare. "What do you want from me?" Sophie asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. "What is this place? What are you?" The figure of her brother twitched again, his body jerking in unnatural movements as though the darkness inside him could no longer keep control. He gasped, an awful, choking sound, and then spoke, though his voice was no longer his own. "You've always known, Sophie. This is where we belong, all of us, the ones who never leave, the ones who never get to escape." She felt it then, the truth, as cold and sharp as a blade. This was not just her brother. It was the culmination of everything. The park had become more than a place. It had become a prison for the lost, for the forgotten, for those who had never been allowed to leave. And now, Sophie was one of them. She looked up at the Ferris wheel again, seeing it for what it truly was, a towering monument to despair. The park had fed on them, had twisted them, and now, Sophie realized, it wanted her to stay. Forever. There was no escaping it. "You can't leave, Sophie," the voice hissed. "You can't ever escape. You're already part of the curse, and now it will never let you go." Sophie's hands trembled, and for a moment she felt the coldness of despair settle in her chest. But then, something deep inside her stirred. She refused to let this be the end. She had lost so much already. Her brother, her innocence, her sense of self. And she wasn't going to let it consume her completely. "No," she whispered, her voice gaining strength. "I refuse to become part of this. I won't stay here with you." The figure of Tommy, it was Tommy, she knew that, no matter how twisted he had become, watched her, its hollow eyes blinking in what might have been surprise. Then slowly, it stepped backward, fading into the shadows, the very darkness seeming to devour him. The Ferris wheel groaned once more, its rusted gears grinding like the bones of a forgotten giant. And then, with one final shuddering turn, the wheel began to slow, its motion ceasing completely. The park, once alive with the echoes of screams and laughter, fell into silence. Sophie was standing alone. The shadows pulled back for the first time. She felt the weight lift. The curse was over. But as she turned to leave, to walk toward whatever future lay beyond this nightmare, she heard a faint whisper behind her. "You'll be back, Sophie. They always come back." The carnival music began to play again, distant but unmistakable. And Sophie realized as the mist began to rise around her that it wasn't over. Not yet. You're deep into the story now, and the horrors are only escalating. If you're still with us, don't forget to like and subscribe. Tell us where you're listening from in the comments. Who else is staying up late to face this nightmare? Settle in. The terror continues. Story 1. The forest was silent, eerily silent. Beneath the weight of the heavy, overcast sky, Glimmer fluttered in the cool night air, her tiny wings beating rhythmically in the dark. The once vibrant glow that had defined her existence flickered, weakly in the vast, unyielding shadows that stretched far beyond her reach. It was as though the forest itself had swallowed up the light. She could barely see the dark outline of the trees around her, their thick trunks looming like silent sentinels in the oppressive quiet. The night was heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, but the smell of life, the subtle, comforting aroma of blooming flowers and buzzing insects, was missing. All was still. It hadn't always been like this. There had once been thousands of fireflies, their soft golden lights filling the forest with warmth, dancing in the air like shimmering stars. Glimmer had grown up in that brilliance, her glow a part of the grand tapestry of the night, an intricate symphony of flickering lights that had painted the skies above. But tonight, there was nothing but darkness. Her glow was faint. Now, barely more than a whisper of light, struggling to be seen in the vastness of the forest. She had always prided herself on the strength of her glow, the way it had lit the paths for others and brightened even the darkest corners of the woods. But now it was weakening with each passing day, as though something was slowly draining it away. The brightness she once carried within her heart was fading, just like everything else. She had been the last of her kind for weeks now, perhaps longer, though it felt like an eternity. Every time she flew through the forest, she expected to see another flicker of light, a fellow firefly, a friend, anything. But each time, her search had ended in the same hollow silence. She would soar higher, scanning the dark horizon, hoping for a sign. But the darkness only deepened. Her heart sank with each passing night. Her tiny body was tired, and the weight of the silence pressed heavily on her wings. A deep chill had settled into the forest, and Glimmer's wings beat slower as she drifted through the air, her glow barely visible. She hovered near a patch of moss-covered rocks, and her faint light reflected off the wet surface, casting a ghostly gleam. The air smelled damp, and the quiet was unsettling, unnatural. Even the wind, usually so familiar and comforting, had ceased. It was as though the entire forest was holding its breath. Glimmer's heart twisted as she remembered the nights when the forest had been alive with light, when the sky had been a shimmering sea of fireflies, their bodies glowing in harmony, each flicker like a heartbeat in the night. She had been a part of something beautiful, something bigger than herself. But now she was alone. She wasn't just alone in the physical sense. There was something else, something deeper. She was alone in a way that was almost impossible to describe. The silence around her wasn't just the absence of sound. It felt like the absence of life itself. A quiet emptiness had spread throughout the entire forest. She could feel it in the air, in the way the trees swayed without sound, in the way the shadows clung to every branch like a heavy fog. Even the moon, once so bright and sure, was hidden behind thick clouds, leaving only faint traces of light to filter through the dense canopy above. Her glow flickered again, and she paused, her tiny body hovering above the moss. It had always been strong before, but now it was barely more than a faint ember flickering against the overwhelming darkness. She closed her eyes, trying to concentrate, trying to force her light to shine once more. But it was as though something inside her had gone dark. Something had dimmed, and it wasn't just her glow. It was her very soul, as though the life she had once felt, vibrant and alive, had slipped through her wings, leaving only the hollow remnants of her former self. "I can't let it go out," she whispered, her voice barely audible against the silence. But it was a lie. She was already fading. She could feel it deep in her core, the slow drain of her light, the gradual loss of something that had once felt so certain. The thought of disappearing, of never seeing another flicker of light again, was almost too much to bear. The thought of never feeling the warmth of another firefly beside her, never again feeling the joy of sharing her light with others, was a sharp pain that twisted inside her chest. Her wings fluttered anxiously, and she darted into the air, pushing herself forward. The dense forest stretched endlessly ahead, the path ahead as uncertain as the night itself. Her wings beat faster as her mind raced. "I can't give up. There must be others. There has to be." She couldn't be the last. She refused to believe it. But deep down, she already knew the truth. She was the last of her kind. Her light flickered once more, weaker than before. She closed her eyes, and for a fleeting moment, the weight of the darkness around her became almost unbearable. It was as if the entire forest had been swallowed by shadows, and Glimmer was the last flicker of hope in a world gone dark. The thought was so consuming that she nearly collapsed in mid-air, her wings heavy with exhaustion. But she caught herself just in time, a burst of willpower giving her the strength to keep going. "I won't give in," she thought fiercely. "I won't let it end like this." With renewed determination, Glimmer pushed herself higher, her wings cutting through the cold air with a desperate urgency. The moonlight remained hidden, and the forest seemed to close in around her, but she pressed on. There had to be a way to fix this. There had to be someone, anyone, who could help her find her place in this endless dark. She searched the night sky again, her glowing form barely a whisper against the darkness. No lights, no flickers of warmth. The chill of the air seeped into her wings, and she shivered. But still, she flew. She had to keep going. There had to be a way to stop the light from fading. And yet, the farther she flew, the more the darkness seemed to pull her in. The trees loomed larger now, towering over her like shadows that could swallow her whole. The wind had picked up again, and it howled through the canopy, stirring the leaves in restless whispers. The quiet, oppressive feeling that had settled over the forest was now joined by something else, a sense of watching, of being hunted by an unseen force. Glimmer's heart pounded as she darted between the trees, each flicker of her light a desperate beacon in the night. Her wings were aching. Now, the exhaustion of flying without end catching up to her. She had been traveling for what felt like hours, perhaps days. The forest seemed endless, and the more she searched, the deeper she fell into its dark heart. Her light had almost completely faded when she noticed something ahead. Something strange. A shadow darted across the path ahead of her, moving too, quickly, to be seen clearly. Glimmer froze, hovering in mid-air, her wings trembling. What was that? Her breath caught in her throat. The darkness seemed to shift around her, the air growing colder, heavier, like it was holding its breath. The shadow had vanished into the trees, and Glimmer felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. She wasn't alone. Her wings beat faster, and she shot through the air, her glow flickering with the last of her strength. She couldn't be sure if what she'd seen had been real, or if it was simply her tired mind playing tricks on her. But the feeling of being watched lingered in the air like a cloud. She pressed on, heart racing as the shadows seemed to follow her. The last firefly was searching for something. She didn't know what yet, but something, anything, to keep her light alive. The wind howled through the trees, and Glimmer's wings shuddered with every gust. She soared through the air, zigzagging between the trunks of towering oaks and pines, her glow flickering more faintly with each beat of her tired wings. Every inch of the forest felt cold and endless, and she could sense the weight of the shadows pressing in from all sides. Something about the night felt different, darker, as if the forest itself had become an impenetrable maze. Where are they? Glimmer wondered desperately. Where are the others? But the thought lingered like a heavy cloud, the uncertainty too great to ignore. She had been searching for what felt like forever, but she was no closer to finding anyone than she had been when she first started. The thought of being the last of her kind gnawed at her, the emptiness inside her growing with every moment. She was supposed to be part of something larger. She had always known that. But now, she was drifting in a world of shadows, with nothing to guide her except the faint glow of her own dimming light. As she soared through the air, she glanced down at the forest floor, where the roots of ancient trees twisted together like knotted fingers, their dark forms reaching up to claim her. She couldn't help but wonder, what if the others never existed? What if the fireflies had all disappeared before she even realized it? What if she had been the only one all along? Her heart sank at the thought, but she shook it off, trying to force herself to stay strong. She had to keep going. She couldn't give up. And then, there it was, a flicker of light, distant but unmistakable. Glimmer's heart leapt in her chest, her wings suddenly finding new strength as she darted toward the source. The light pulsed in the distance like a heartbeat in the darkness, and Glimmer followed it without hesitation, her glow flickering in excitement. It wasn't the bright, steady light of another firefly, but something else, something strange and beautiful. The light shimmered with a soft, golden hue, casting long shadows against the trees and illuminating the air with a warm glow. It was gentle, but undeniable, as though it called to her, offering the hope she had been searching for. Glimmer darted through the trees, her wings slicing through the night air. The light grew brighter as she neared, and her heart pounded harder in her chest. She could feel the energy of the light, the promise of something greater ahead, but as she drew closer, the light began to dim, flickering like a candle caught in the wind. Glimmer slowed, confusion tugging at her. What was this? Why was the light fading? She had followed it so far, convinced that it was the answer to her loneliness, to her search for others like her. She hovered, unsure of what to do, when a gust of wind shook the branches overhead, and something shifted in the shadows. Glimmer's glow flared as she froze, her wings stiffening in alarm. A dark shape loomed before her, tall and imposing, its eyes gleaming faintly in the dim light. It was a creature, large and covered in moss and vines, with eyes that seemed to pierce the darkness. Glimmer's heart skipped a beat, her wings fluttering rapidly as she backed away, unsure of whether the creature meant harm. Who are you?" Glimmer stammered, her voice barely more than a whisper. The creature didn't answer. Instead, it raised one large, gnarled hand toward the dim light, and Glimmer watched in horror as the light flickered one last time before snuffing out completely. The air seemed to grow colder in the wake of the extinguished glow, and Glimmer's own light dimmed once more, responding to the sudden loss. "No!" she cried out, panic rising in her chest. "What did you do?" The creature lowered its hand slowly, its eyes locking onto Glimmer's with a strange, almost sorrowful expression. "The light you seek is not here," it said in a low, rumbling voice that sent a shiver down her spine. "It is lost, like so many others." Glimmer's wings beat in agitation, her glow flickering wildly. "No, I have to find it, I have to find them," she pleaded, the words tumbling from her mouth in desperation. The creature's expression softened, but its voice remained calm, unyielding. "There are no others like you here. You are the last of your kind, little firefly, and you are fading, just like the light you seek." Glimmer's heart clenched painfully at the words, the weight of them sinking deep into her chest. She was the last. The thought had crossed her mind before, but hearing it out loud, from the mouth of a creature so ancient and certain, made it feel so much more real. She was alone. "No," she whispered, her wings faltering as the light inside her flickered once again. "I can't be. I refuse to be." The creature watched her for a long moment, as though considering something. Finally it spoke again, its voice softer now, almost gentle. "There is a place where the last of the light sleeps. If you wish to find it, you must go there." Glimmer blinked, confusion flickering across her face. "Where? Where is this place?" she asked, her voice trembling. The creature didn't answer immediately. Instead, it tilted its head toward the darkness beyond, its large, shadowed form blending seamlessly with the night. "It is not far, but the journey is perilous. You must seek it, but know this, the path will not be easy. The darkness will test you. The light will try to escape you. Only those who truly understand the meaning of their light can reach it." Glimmer's mind raced as she processed the creature's words. The last of the light? What did that even mean? She was the last firefly. Was it possible that there was still hope? Could the creature be guiding her to others like her, or was it leading her to something else entirely? "I will go," Glimmer said, her voice steady despite the uncertainty in her heart. She had no choice now. The faint, dwindling glow inside her was all she had left. She had to follow it no matter the cost. The creature nodded, the dark form in front of her slowly fading into the shadows. "You must leave now," it intoned, its voice echoing in the still night air, "before the light is lost completely." Without another word, the creature disappeared into the darkness, leaving Glimmer hovering alone in the eerie quiet. Her glow flickered, once more barely visible in the overwhelming shadows. With a deep breath, Glimmer steeled herself and pressed on, her wings trembling but resolute. Whatever this place was, whatever the creature had meant, she would find it. She would find the light. She had to. The forest stretched out before her, vast and dark, but now Glimmer had a new goal. The journey ahead was unknown, but for the first time in a long while, she felt the faintest spark of hope. She wasn't truly alone. Not yet. Glimmer's wings beat slowly, the rhythmic sound of their fluttering the only noise breaking the suffocating stillness of the forest. The path ahead was dark, even darker than before, as the trees grew taller and the canopy thickened above her. Each step she took through the air felt heavier than the last, as though the forest itself was trying to pull her back. But she refused to stop. She couldn't stop. The creature had vanished into the shadows, leaving her alone with its cryptic words which now seemed to echo endlessly in her mind. The last of the light sleeps. What did that mean? And how could she possibly find it? Her wings were tired, her glow flickering faintly, like a candle flickering in the wind. But she couldn't afford to lose hope now. She had to keep moving. With every beat of her wings, the forest around her seemed to close in a little more. The trees stretched high above, their gnarled limbs twisted in unnatural shapes, blocking out what little moonlight there was. The shadows beneath them clung to the ground, thick and oppressive, as if something in the forest was watching her, listening. The air was heavy with the scent of wet earth and decaying leaves, and the stillness was thick, like the entire world had paused in anticipation. Glimmer's heart began to race with the unnerving silence. The wind had stopped, and even the usual nighttime sounds of crickets and distant owls seemed absent. The only sound was the faint beating of her wings, the soft pulse of her glow, and the muffled rustling of the forest underfoot. She pushed forward, her wings aching, but she couldn't afford to slow down. Not now. Her thoughts drifted back to the creature's words. The light will try to escape you. What did that mean? Was it trying to warn her of something, some darkness ahead, some unseen force that wanted to extinguish her light? A chill ran through her as the trees around her grew even denser, their dark trunks looming like specters in the gloom. The sense of being watched intensified, the hairs on the back of her neck prickling. She glanced over her shoulder, but there was nothing there. Nothing but the shifting shadows and the endless darkness behind her. She flinched as a branch overhead snapped loudly, the sharp crack breaking the quiet. Glimmer darted forward, heart hammering, her wings beating harder to propel her further into the unknown. She had to keep moving. She couldn't let the forest consume her. The path before her seemed to stretch on forever, the trees now towering and unnaturally close together, their roots tangled in an intricate web across the ground. The forest was growing wilder, more chaotic. The air smelled damp, as though it had been untouched for centuries. The world seemed frozen in time, holding its breath as if waiting for something to happen. She paused, hovering for a moment, her glow flickering weakly. The fatigue in her wings had become almost unbearable, her body aching from the relentless journey. She needed a break, she needed to rest. But the thought of stopping, of giving in, was terrifying. She couldn't, not when there was so much at stake. Panic began to rise in her chest. She hadn't realized how long she had been flying, how far she had traveled without rest. The cold had begun to settle deep into her bones, and her wings felt like lead. Her glow, once so bright, now barely pulsed in the darkness. The world around her was closing in. The silence had grown oppressive. There were no other creatures, no comforting sounds, no hints of the world she had once known. It was just her. Just this fading light in the vast, empty wilderness. And she was losing it. She felt the first, terrifying flicker of doubt. What if I never find it? What if the darkness had already claimed the last of the light? What if the creature had been lying? Or worse, if there had never been any light to find at all? Her glow dimmed once more, and the overwhelming feeling of isolation swept over her like a cold, suffocating blanket. The exhaustion was too much to bear. Her wings slowed and she felt herself drifting down, lower and lower, the pull of the ground too strong to resist. But even as she sank into the darkness below, something deep inside her rebelled. No, not yet. I can't stop. She forced her wings to beat harder, pulling herself back into the air with a burst of willpower. The darkness pressed in, but she refused to be consumed by it. She couldn't let it win. She couldn't let herself fade into nothing. And then, just as the weight of her fear and exhaustion threatened to overwhelm her, a faint light appeared ahead. It was distant, but it was there. A small, shimmering speck in the depths of the forest, glowing softly like a promise. Glimmers. Heart skipped a beat. She wasn't sure if it was real or just a trick of her tired mind, but she couldn't ignore it. The light was there, and it was calling to her. With renewed determination, Glimmer pushed herself forward, her wings beating. Faster than before, her glow flickering in time with the rhythmic pulse of her heart. The darkness still clung to the edges of her vision, threatening to swallow her whole, but the light ahead was enough to push her forward. As she drew closer, she saw it more clearly, a tiny glowing spot among the dense trees. It wasn't another firefly. It was something else, something even more fragile, more fleeting. The light seemed to come from a small, delicate flower, its petals glowing softly in the gloom, casting a warm, golden glow against the dark forest. The flower's light shimmered in the quiet, casting long shadows against the twisted trunks of the trees. Glimmer hovered in front of the flower, her wings trembling from exhaustion as she stared at the faint glow. She had never seen anything like it before. The flower's glow wasn't like her own. It was different, ethereal, almost otherworldly. It felt alive, in a way that her light didn't. It was as though the flower itself was a beacon, a fragile flicker of hope in the overwhelming darkness. She hovered closer, her glow flickering weakly in response to the flower's soft light. The flower's glow seemed to pulse in time with her own, as though it recognized her presence. The two lights, one bright and one faint, danced together for a brief moment, the soft golden glow filling the air around them. Glimmer's heart lifted. This was it. This was the light she had been searching for. She wasn't alone, but as quickly as the light appeared, it began to flicker, slowly fading, its soft glow weakening. Glimmer's heart sank, and she darted forward, trying to get closer. But no matter how hard she tried, the flower's glow continued to fade, dimming with every passing second. "No!" Glimmer cried, her wings fluttering in desperation. "Please!" She reached out, her tiny body trembling as she hovered just above the flower, her glow flickering desperately in time with the fading light. The flower's petals began to close, and the last flicker of its glow disappeared entirely, leaving Glimmer once again in the suffocating dark. Tears welled up in her eyes, though she couldn't tell if they were real or just another product of her fading energy. Why? She had come so far, fought so hard to find something, anything. Why couldn't she just hold on to the light? But then, as the darkness closed in once more, she heard a sound, a soft, almost imperceptible whisper. "Not yet," the voice said, low and soothing. Glimmer froze. The voice wasn't from the flower. It wasn't the creature either. It was something else, something old. "Not yet," it repeated. And Glimmer felt a sudden warmth pulse through her, a warmth that came from within. It was familiar, comforting. Her wings buzzed once more, not from fear, but from something else, something ancient and deep within her. The light wasn't gone. It wasn't gone at all. The voice lingered in Glimmer's mind, soft and persistent, like the faintest stir of a forgotten memory. It spoke to her not through words alone, but through a feeling, a warmth that radiated from the deepest part of her, a connection that transcended the vast, oppressive darkness surrounding her. Not yet. The voice was so familiar, so gentle, yet its source was still a mystery. Glimmer hovered, her tiny body suspended in the air, as the forest around her remained eerily still. Her wings were tired, every beat a struggle to keep herself aloft. Her light was dim, too dim to guide her properly, but somehow it had a new flicker of life to it, a flicker she hadn't felt in so long. She was no longer alone, at least not completely, but the question still burned in her heart. What does it mean? She glanced around, trying to make sense of her surroundings. The forest felt different now, more alive, yet still heavy with the feeling of something waiting, something just out of reach. The trees, tall and looming, cast long shadows against the underbrush, and the air was thick with the scent of damp moss and decaying leaves. The oppressive silence returned, but it was no longer as overwhelming. The pulse of the unseen light seemed to draw her forward, urging her to keep moving, and so Glimmer did. She glided through the darkness, wings flickering with a renewed sense of purpose. But even as her wings beat faster, the exhaustion from the long journey weighed heavily on her, and the shadows in the forest seemed to grow deeper with each passing moment. The trees closed in, their branches curling like grasping fingers. Glimmer's breath quickened, her heart racing with both hope and fear. Every step forward was both a triumph and a terrifying plunge into the unknown. She pressed on, knowing that she couldn't turn back now, knowing that whatever waited ahead was her only chance. And then, from the thick of the trees, she saw a movement, an outline against the deeper shadows, standing still yet somehow watching, waiting. Glimmer's wings faltered for a brief moment, and she slowed, uncertain of what she was seeing. It was a large shape, perched high on a twisted branch. At first, it seemed like nothing more than a dark silhouette against the forest backdrop, but as her gaze sharpened, she realized it was not some shadowy trick. It was a creature, a large owl, its feathers an intricate mix of grey and silver, almost blending with the night sky. Its eyes, impossibly bright and golden, gleamed in the darkness like two lanterns, holding her gaze with quiet wisdom. The owl did not move, but Glimmer could feel the weight of its attention, as though it were studying her, seeing into her very soul. The soft, melodic hoot that came next seemed almost to resonate through the air, as if the sound was both physical and intangible at once, reverberating through the stillness of the forest. It was a sound that felt ancient and wise, as though it carried the weight of centuries of knowledge, and yet there was something about it that made Glimmer feel as though she was hearing it for the first time. "Little Firefly," the owl spoke, its voice soft yet commanding, like the rustling of leaves in the wind. "What brings you so deep into the heart of the forest?" Glimmer hovered in place, stunned by the creature's words. For a moment she struggled to find her voice, unsure of how to respond. She wasn't accustomed to being addressed by anyone, let alone by something so majestic and ancient. I'm searching," she said at last, her voice barely above a whisper. "I'm searching for the light, the last of it. I need to find others like me. I'm the last firefly." The owl's piercing eyes softened with an expression that was both knowing and sad. It tilted its head slightly, watching her with an almost mournful gaze. "The last?" it repeated quietly. "That is a heavy burden to carry, little one." Glimmer's heart clenched painfully at the owl's words. The isolation she had felt for so long seemed to press down on her once more. "I don't want to be alone," she whispered. "I have to find them, others like me. I have to, or I'll fade." The owl let out a soft, rumbling hoot, as if considering her words carefully. "The search for others is a journey many fireflies have taken before you, and many have failed. But do not mistake your solitude for the absence of purpose, little one. The light you seek does not lie in others. It lies in you." Glimmer blinked, confused. "In me? But how? My light is fading. I can barely hold on to it. How can I—" "You do not understand yet," the owl interrupted gently. "The light within you is not just a flicker of energy. It is a reflection of your heart, of your spirit. The light you seek is not a thing, but a part of you, a part that only you can control. Glimmer's wings faltered as she processed the owl's words. But I can't do this alone. I need help. I can't do it on my own. The owl studied her for a moment, its gaze unblinking. Help, yes, but not in the way you think. You seek what you already have. You only need to find the strength within to embrace it. A wave of confusion swept over Glimmer. The owl's words were like a puzzle, each part elusive, each piece just out of her reach. But I don't understand. How can I find it? How can I find my light again? The owl's gaze softened, and it spoke in a tone that seemed both ancient and kind. Sometimes the greatest light comes when we are most lost. Sometimes it is only in the darkest places that we can see the stars shining brightest. You have the strength within you, Glimmer. You just need to believe it. With that, the owl spread its wings wide, lifting its enormous form gracefully into the air. Follow the path, little firefly. You will find what you seek, but only if you trust yourself. Glimmer watched in awe as the owl took flight, its powerful wings cutting through the air in a smooth, controlled motion. As it soared higher into the sky, it left behind a faint trail of shimmering stardust, and for a moment, the air around her felt charged with an unseen energy. The owl's presence had been both comforting and enigmatic, leaving Glimmer with more questions than answers. The wise owl disappeared into the vast, inky sky, and the forest was silent once more. Glimmer hovered in the stillness, her wings trembling slightly as she tried to make sense of everything that had just happened. The owl's words echoed in her mind, reverberating through her like a distant song she had forgotten. She felt different somehow, lighter, but also more uncertain. The light she sought wasn't out there in the forest. It was inside her, waiting to be found. But how could that be true when she was fading? How could something as simple as belief be the key to the light that had once shone so brightly? There was a quiet stirring in her chest. Something deep, something buried beneath the fear and doubt. The owl had told her not to give up, not to stop. She wasn't lost yet, and maybe, just maybe, she wasn't as alone as she thought. With the owl's guidance in her heart, Glimmer decided to press forward. She had no clear destination in mind, but the one thing she knew was that she had to keep moving, keep searching. She had to trust in herself. As she flew deeper into the forest, the path before her seemed more open, more welcoming. The darkness was still there, but now it felt less oppressive, less like something that would swallow her whole. There was a glimmer of hope in her chest, something small but burning brighter with each beat of her wings. The owl had shown her something important. The light was never gone. It was inside her all along. The forest stretched out before Glimmer, its vastness both daunting and beautiful. The shadows of the trees seemed to grow longer with every moment, their trunks twisting upward like ancient sentinels guarding forgotten secrets. The air was thick, damp with moisture, and the scent of pine and rich earth enveloped her, grounding her in this strange, new reality. The silence had deepened again, but this time it felt different, less oppressive, more a part of the natural rhythm of the world. Around her, Glimmer's wings beat steadily as she flew, the weight of the journey still heavy on her tiny body. Despite the comforting words of the owl, despite the glimmer of hope that now stirred deep within her chest, the path ahead felt uncertain. The trees were endless, their dark forms casting long, stretching shadows on the forest floor. Even though she had made up her mind to press on, each passing moment felt like a test, each flutter of her wings a small rebellion against the creeping fear that threatened to swallow her whole. She had to keep going. She had no choice. As glimmer soared higher, the forest around her seemed to shift, the air thickening with an energy she couldn't quite explain. The shadows deepened, the trees twisted more and more, and the stillness grew heavier, as though the world itself were holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. She couldn't tell if it was the forest itself or something else beginning to stir, but she felt an unsettling sensation in the pit of her stomach, a flicker of unease. That gnawed at her. She paused for a moment, hovering in midair, her wings aching as she gazed down at the forest floor. The ground was covered in thick layers of moss, the uneven terrain tangled with roots and underbrush, making it nearly impossible to see anything beyond the thick curtain of trees. Even her feeble glow didn't help much in this dense, overwhelming darkness. Every direction seemed to be swallowed by the heavy shadows. Her tiny body trembled in the cold air. Her glow, once so bright and certain, seemed even dimmer now, a faint and flickering pulse that seemed too fragile to be trusted. What if she couldn't find it? What if the last of the light was too far gone to reach? The owl had spoken of strength, of finding the light within. But Glimmer wasn't sure how much longer she could keep going like this. The fear of fading, the fear of disappearing into the darkness, was like a constant weight pressing against her heart. But just as she began to falter, something changed in the air around her. It was subtle at first, a shift in the wind, a subtle movement in the shadows. But then she saw it, a faint flicker of light, far off in the distance. It was small, barely visible through the dense trees, but it was there, pulsing softly in the dark like a beacon. Glimmer's heart skipped a beat, and her wings fluttered with renewed purpose. She wasn't alone. There was light ahead, and with it, hope. The air around her seemed to hum with energy as she darted toward the light, her wings buzzing in excited anticipation. She hadn't been this close to something so bright in what felt like ages. The journey, though long and uncertain, was leading her somewhere that felt right. Every beat of her wings carried her closer, her glow flickering in time with the pulsing light ahead. But as she flew closer, something in the air shifted. The light didn't grow brighter. Instead, it seemed to shrink back, flickering like a dying star. Glimmer's wings slowed as doubt crept back into her heart. What was happening? Was this just another illusion? Another trick of the forest to toy with her? The light seemed to draw away, retreating into the shadows as though it didn't want to be found. "No," Glimmer whispered, her voice trembling. "No, I've come so far." She pushed harder, beating her wings faster, trying to close the distance, but the light seemed to pull further and further away. The darkness seemed to press in around her, the trees growing taller, more twisted, until they seemed to close in, suffocating her in their grip. Glimmer's heart pounded in her chest, panic beginning to swell as she pushed herself forward, her glow flickering with desperation. The light pulsed again, but it was faint, too faint to reach. She was losing it. Then something strange happened. The air grew colder, and a voice echoed through the trees, a deep, resonating voice that felt ancient and powerful, like the sound of wind howling through the mountains. "Do not chase what is not yours, little firefly." Glimmer froze, her wings locking in midair. The voice had no clear source, no direction, but it resonated deep within her, reverberating through the very air. It felt like a warning, a command. But there was no one around to hear it. "Who are you?" Glimmer called out, her voice trembling. She couldn't see anyone, couldn't see anything beyond the oppressive darkness around her. "What do you want?" The light ahead pulsed again, faint and far, as if it were struggling to stay visible in the sea of shadows. The voice answered, its tone full of sorrow, but also authority. "You seek to find what was lost, but you must understand. Some things are meant to fade. The forest holds no promises, and neither does the light. It is fleeting, like all things in the world. Glimmer's wings fluttered anxiously as she hovered in the thick air, her heart heavy with the weight of the words. "No," she whispered, fiercely, her glow flickering with renewed strength. "I refuse to believe that. The light is never truly gone. It lives in me." For a moment the forest fell silent, and Glimmer felt the weight of her own words sink deep into her chest. Could it be true? Was the light really within her? Could she truly find it again? The voice did not respond immediately, but then it came again, softer this time, as though the very air around her had shifted in understanding. "Perhaps it is, but to find it, little firefly, you must let go of what you think you know. You must stop chasing the light in the distance and find the light within your heart. Only then will you see the truth." Glimmer's wings slowed, and she hovered still in the night, the faint pulse of light ahead still flickering, but not growing. Closer, the darkness around her seemed to recede slightly, as though waiting for her decision. For a long moment, Glimmer simply floated, lost in thought, her tiny body trembling as she absorbed the voice's words. The journey had been long. The shadows had been thick. The fear had been overwhelming. But the truth was slowly beginning to form in her mind, a truth she had always known deep down, even when she had been too afraid to accept it. She had spent so much time searching for others, for some external source of light, that she had nearly forgotten that the light she was looking for had always been within her. She had to believe that. With newfound clarity, Glimmer took a deep breath, her wings steadying beneath her. The light ahead still flickered, but it no longer called to her like a distant star. Now it felt more like a reflection of her own journey. An echo of the light she had been seeking all along. Her heart began to glow brighter, and with it, her light pulsed with strength she hadn't known she had. She was not the last firefly after all. She was part of something greater. She was a light in herself, and that was enough. With renewed purpose, Glimmer turned away from the fading light ahead and pressed forward into the depths of the forest, her wings beating strong as her glow brightened in the vast, dark night. The journey was far from over, but she was no longer searching for something out there. She had found what she needed within. Glimmer's wings beat steadily, her glow now stronger than before, the pulse of light warmer and more certain with every beat of her wings. She flew through the dark forest, the oppressive shadows no longer feeling quite so heavy, though the vastness of the trees continued to loom like ancient guardians. The owl's words still echoed in her heart, grounding her as she soared deeper into the unknown. She wasn't searching for something out there anymore. She was carrying the light within herself. And yet even with this newfound clarity, the path ahead still felt uncertain. The forest remained vast and unyielding, and while the weight of isolation had lifted, there was still an undercurrent of fear, an edge of loneliness that lingered in the quiet corners of her mind. She had found the light inside herself, but that didn't erase the yearning to find others, to share the glow, to know that she wasn't truly alone. As she flew between the trees, the silence of the night was interrupted by a soft flutter of wings, faint but distinct. Glimmer paused mid-air, her wings fluttering slightly as she listened intently. The sound had been small, delicate, a far cry from the weighty, ominous stillness that usually surrounded her. Her glow pulsed with curiosity, and she moved cautiously, following the direction of the sound. There, nestled among the thick foliage of a low-hanging branch, was a small figure, almost hidden in the shadows. At first, Glimmer thought it might be another firefly, but the figure's light was faint and fragmented, much like her own had been before she'd learned to reignite it. She drew closer, her wings beating softly in the cool air. As she approached, the figure shifted, startled by her presence. It was a moth, its wings broad and speckled with silver, glowing dimly with a soft shimmer that barely registered against the darkness. The moth's wings beat nervously, the creature clearly hesitant to engage. Its antennae twitched and its wide eyes blinked slowly, as if unsure whether to stay or flee. Glimmer hovered before the moth, studying the small creature, unsure of what to say. She wasn't accustomed to meeting others in the forest anymore, let alone someone so fragile-looking, with wings that seemed as delicate as tissue paper. She could feel the moth's hesitation, its wariness, as if it were just as uncertain as she had been not long ago. "I won't hurt you," Glimmer said gently, her voice soft as she hovered just a few inches from the moth. Her glow flickered, but this time it was steady, and she allowed its warmth to radiate softly, hoping it would provide some comfort to the timid creature before her. The moth blinked, its large eyes reflecting the faintest light from her glow. Slowly, it lowered its wings, its posture less tense than before, though it still seemed wary. After a long pause, it spoke, its voice quiet, almost a whisper, but there was a hint of curiosity in it. "Are you a firefly?" the moth asked, its voice trembling slightly. "I've never seen one before." Glimmer nodded, her wings fluttering nervously at the sound of the moth's voice. "I am. I'm the last, I think." The moth's wings trembled, and it looked down at the ground for a moment. I'm alone too," it said, its voice barely audible now. "I've been alone for as long as I can remember." Glimmer felt a sudden pang in her chest. She understood that feeling all too well, the loneliness, the isolation, the quiet dread of being the last of something. But there was something different about this moth, something about its delicate fragility that stirred something deep within Glimmer, a yearning for connection, a shared understanding. "I'm not alone anymore," Glimmer said, her voice steady, with a newfound sense of purpose. "I thought I was, but I was wrong. The light, it's inside me now. I just needed to believe in it." The moth tilted its head slightly, its antennae twitching as it studied her, its large eyes reflecting an almost unfathomable sadness. "I don't know if I have any light left," it said quietly. I've been in the dark for so long that I'm not sure how to find my way out." Glimmer's heart ached for the moth. She understood that feeling all too well, the fear that the light was gone for good, the terror of never finding a way out of the darkness. She had been there herself, lost, alone, with nothing but shadows surrounding her. "You don't need to find your light alone," Glimmer said, her voice warm and reassuring. She floated closer to the moth, letting her glow shine a little brighter. "I've learned that we don't have to do it all by ourselves. We can find light in each other. You don't have to be alone anymore." The moth hesitated for a moment, and Glimmer could see the uncertainty in its eyes. But then, as if something inside it finally softened, the moth took a small step forward, its wings fluttering slightly as it looked at her. There was something vulnerable in the way it held itself, something raw that Glimmer hadn't noticed before. I'm Lumen," the moth said, its voice still soft but gaining strength. "I don't know if I have much light left, but I want to try." Glimmer's wings fluttered gently, her glow pulsing with warmth. "Lumen," she repeated, a smile tugging at the edges of her lips. The name felt like a promise, a symbol of something bright, something yet to be discovered. "I'm Glimmer, and we'll find it together. The light, we'll find it." The two of them hovered there side by side for a long moment, the stillness of the forest around them now feeling less suffocating, less oppressive. The darkness still surrounded them, but there was a warmth between them, a shared understanding that they weren't alone anymore. Lumen's glow, though faint, pulsed a little brighter, responding to the connection. to the shared warmth of Glimmer's. "Light, I'm scared," Lumen admitted after a moment, its voice barely audible. "What if I can't find it? What if the dark is all I'll ever know?" Glimmer's wings beat steadily, and she looked at Lumen, her glow brighter now, almost as if to reassure the moth. "The darkness can't last forever," Glimmer said, softly. "It can't. We'll find the way out together." And in that moment, for the first time in what felt like ages, Glimmer didn't feel like she was carrying the weight of the world on her own. She wasn't alone anymore. Lumen had joined her on this journey, and together they could face whatever lay ahead. They both turned their gaze toward the deep, dark expanse of the forest, knowing that their path was still uncertain. But with the bond they had formed, however small it was, they would face it together, and somehow that made all the difference. The forest was silent once more as Glimmer and Lumen flew side by side, the dark trees towering above them like silent sentinels, their twisted branches barely letting any light through. The air felt colder now, thicker, as if the shadows themselves were pressing in on them, trying to swallow them whole. Yet, the warmth between them, however small it was, provided a comfort that Glimmer had never known before. They continued their journey deeper into the woods, with the faint flickering glow of Lumen's wings casting soft shadows on the moss-covered ground beneath. Glimmer kept a steady pace, her wings strong and sure, but her mind raced with thoughts and questions. Was this really the way to find the light? The creature had spoken of finding something within, but how could they be sure? What if it was all a trick, just another illusion crafted by the forest to keep them lost? What if there was no hope at all? Lumen's faint glow was a quiet presence at her side, and as they flew through the stillness, Glimmer glanced over at the moth. There was something fragile about Lumen, something delicate in the way it moved. Yet there was a strength within that Glimmer had begun to admire, a quiet resilience she had never seen in anyone before. Lumen, just like her, had been lost in the dark, yet it was trying so hard to find its way. Glimmer had to believe they could both find their light. The deeper they flew, the darker it became. The trees seemed to close in around them, the air thickening with an unexplainable weight, as though the very atmosphere was pressing down. Glimmer's glow flickered faintly, and she could feel the weariness creeping back into her wings. Her heart raced, and she felt a familiar pang of doubt. Would they ever find what they were looking for? Was the light truly within her, or was this all some wild goose chase through endless darkness? She was just about to voice her doubts when she noticed something strange, a faint shimmer in the air. At first it was nothing more than a glint of light, barely perceptible, but as they drew closer, it grew stronger, more defined. Glimmer's heart fluttered in her chest, her wings beating faster as her glow intensified. "Do you see that?" she asked Lumen, her voice barely a whisper. Lumen nodded, its wings trembling. "I do, but what is it?" The shimmer ahead pulsed, faint and distant, like a star that had fallen to earth. It seemed to hover in the air, almost alive, its glow gentle but constant. The light seemed to call to them, pulling them closer, coaxing them toward it. Glimmer's wings beat faster in excitement, but there was something else there, something that lingered deep within her, a hesitation, a fear. What if this was just another illusion? What if this light was just another fleeting glimpse of hope that would disappear as soon as they got close? But the closer they got, the stronger the light grew, its pulse steadier and more powerful. And then, in a sudden flash of realization, Glimmer understood. It wasn't just a light. It was her light, or at least part of it. The air around her seemed to hum with energy, a vibration that resonated through her very being. This is it," Glimmer whispered in awe, her voice shaking. This is the light. The shimmer ahead flickered one last time, then split into two distinct sparks, one dimmer than the other. Glimmer's heart raced in her chest, her tiny body shuddering in response. She had found it. The light was real. It was not some far-off illusion, but something that lived deep within her. Something that could be seen, but even as the light pulsed brighter before her, a new wave of fear washed over Glimmer. Her glow flickered again, weakening slightly. She had thought she was strong enough to keep it alive, but now, standing before this strange spark, she felt small and fragile, as though the light could slip away at any moment. She could feel her wings tiring once more, the fatigue creeping in despite her best efforts. Lumen, who had been hovering quietly beside her, spoke softly. "Glimmer, do you feel it? The light is changing. It's growing." Glimmer nodded, but the tremor in her voice betrayed the uncertainty she felt inside. "I feel it too, but why is it fading again?" Just as Glimmer was about to voice her concern, the first spark, so faint it was almost invisible, flickered once more. It was a pulse of light, like a heartbeat, rising and falling in time with her own breath. She reached out instinctively, her tiny body trembling with the weight of the moment. As her wings fluttered, the pulse seemed to sync with her glow, growing stronger with each beat of her heart. In a moment of clarity, Glimmer realized what the light before her truly was. It wasn't some distant, separate entity. It wasn't something external that she had to chase. The light wasn't just a flicker to find in the forest. It was the very spark of her being, the core of her existence, and it was tied to her emotions, her strength, her courage. As the realization washed over her, Glimmer's wings steadied. The light, so fragile and fleeting moments ago, now grew, with a strength that echoed deep within her. She held onto the pulse, the spark of light that connected them, and with a deep, steady breath, she believed. "Lumen," Glimmer said, her voice filled with awe. "The light. It's not something we find. It's inside us all along. I am the light." For a moment everything was still. The shimmering spark before them pulsed brighter, its glow merging with Glimmer's own, until the two lights, her own and the spark in front of her, blended into one, filling the air with a soft golden glow. The shadows around them seemed to recede, the oppressive weight of the dark forest lifting as if the very trees had bowed before the light. Lumen blinked in surprise, its wings trembling with both awe and wonder. "You did it," it whispered. "You found it." Glimmer's heart swelled with something she hadn't known she had. Pride, joy, and a deep, deep understanding of who she was. The light was within her, and it was not just a flicker. It was a constant, unyielding force that could not be dimmed. The first spark, now steady and bright, had become a part of her, a reflection of her spirit, her resilience, her belief in herself. It was a reminder that she didn't need to search the world for something she had always carried inside. With a sense of peace in her heart, Glimmer turned to Lumen. The moth's wings had grown brighter, its own light pulsing in harmony with Glimmer's, as if the two of them had merged into one shared understanding. "We're not alone," Glimmer said softly, her voice steady with conviction. "We never were." Lumen smiled, its wings fluttering gently. "I think we've both been lost for too long, but now we've found it. Together." Glimmer nodded, her wings fluttering with a new sense of strength, of purpose. The forest around them no longer seemed so daunting. The shadows that once loomed like dark, oppressive figures now seemed less threatening, more like the natural elements of the world, part of the balance of light and dark, of finding strength in the quietest moments. Together, they would keep moving forward, their lights blazing in unison. leading the way through the darkness. The journey was far from over, but now Glimmer knew there was no darkness they couldn't face. With the soft golden glow of their combined lights guiding the way, Glimmer and Lumen moved deeper into the forest. The air had grown warmer, and the oppressive silence that had once hung over them seemed to recede with every beat of their wings. The forest felt more alive now, more vibrant. It was as though their light had awakened something dormant, something that had been waiting to rise from the depths of the earth. As they continued on, the landscape began to shift. The trees grew taller and the shadows deeper, the branches twisting into unnerving shapes as if reaching for them. The path ahead seemed to grow darker, the air thicker, the very fabric of the forest more oppressive. Glimmer's glow pulsed brightly in the dark, but the further they ventured, the more the darkness seemed to press against them, threatening to snuff out their warmth. Glimmer hesitated, her wings fluttering slowly as she scanned the path before them. The once soft hum of the forest had turned to a low, unsettling rustle. Something wasn't right. The light they carried was no longer enough to push back the creeping chill in the air. A sense of foreboding wrapped around them, as if the forest itself had begun to close in. "What is this place?" Lumen asked, its voice barely above a whisper. Its wings fluttered anxiously as it looked around, its glow flickering nervously in the encroaching darkness. "It feels different here, darker." Glimmer glanced around, unease creeping into her heart. "I don't know," she said, her voice trembling slightly, "but I think we're not alone." Just as she spoke, a low, guttural growl echoed through the trees, sending a shiver down her spine. The sound was distant but unmistakable, the vibrations in the air carrying a threat that made her heart race. She turned her head, her glow flickering erratically, casting uneasy shadows on the trunks of the trees around them. Lumen's wings froze in mid-air. "What was that?" it asked, its voice barely audible. Before Glimmer could respond, the growl came again, much closer this time, reverberating through the air like a warning. The trees above them groaned under the weight of the shadows, and the very ground beneath them seemed to pulse with a dark energy that made Glimmer's wings flutter anxiously. The sense of danger was overwhelming, and she could feel the weight of the forest pressing down on them with every passing second. Something was watching them. Lumen looked up at her, its wings trembling. "What do we do?" Glimmer's heart pounded in her chest. She had no answers. The forest, once familiar, now felt like a labyrinth of shadows, each corner darker and more threatening than the last. She could feel the light within her flickering, responding to the growing tension around them. "We move," Glimmer said, her voice steady despite the fear tightening her chest. "We keep moving forward. Whatever it is, we're not going to let it stop us." But just as she spoke, a figure emerged from the shadows ahead, a dark shape that seemed to melt from the forest itself. Its outline was indistinct, but its presence was undeniable. It was massive, its form looming tall and indistinct, like a creature woven from the very fabric of the night. Its eyes gleamed a sickly yellow, reflecting the faint light that glimmered from their wings, and its mouth opened in a low, rumbling snarl. Lumen gasped, its wings trembling as the creature stepped forward, its shadow swallowing the light around them. The creature's body was covered in shadowy, tattered fur, its long, clawed hands swaying as it moved, its breath coming in raspy, labored gasps. "What is that?" Lumen whispered, horrified. "I don't know," Glimmer replied, her voice barely audible as she took a cautious step back. "But we need to get out of here." The creature growled again, louder this time, its yellow eyes narrowing as it focused on them. There was a weight to its presence, an unnatural pull that seemed to draw the very light from the air. It was not merely a physical presence, it was something darker, something born from the very shadows that had clung to the forest for so long. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath them, and the trees seemed to bend closer, as if the very forest was alive, holding them in place.
The creature moved forward, its shadowy form shifting in the dim light, and Glimmer could feel the oppressive weight of its gaze, the sense that it was trying to suffocate the very light within her. Without thinking, Glimmer flared her wings.
Her glow pulsing brighter in an instinctual response to the growing threat. She wasn't going to let it take her light. The creature recoiled for a moment, as if the light stung it, but then it let out a bone-chilling roar, and the shadows around them seemed to surge forward, swallowing their light. The air grew thick and suffocating as the creature advanced again, its claws scraping against the bark of the trees. Glimmer's heart raced. She couldn't hold her light like this forever. The creature was feeding off the darkness, growing stronger with each passing moment. She had to find a way out, and fast. "Lumen," Glimmer cried, her voice shaking. "We need to move. We can't fight it here." Lumen's wings beat frantically, the moth's glow pulsing faintly. "Where do we go?" it asked, its voice panicked. "Where can we go?" Glimmer's mind raced, her thoughts swirling as she looked around, desperately, searching for a way to escape. The darkness was closing in on them, the creature's growl growing louder, and the air was so thick with shadow that it felt like she couldn't breathe. And then she saw it, a faint, glowing crack in the earth ahead. It was small, barely visible, but there was light spilling from it, faint but real, cutting through the overwhelming darkness like a beacon of hope. "Lumen," Glimmer shouted, her voice filled with urgency. "That way! Follow me!" With no time to waste, Glimmer dove toward the crack in the earth, her wings beating furiously as she flitted between the trees, Lumen close behind her. The creature roared, in fury behind them, but Glimmer didn't dare look back. She couldn't afford to. The darkness was alive now, clawing at their heels, and the very ground seemed to want to pull them into its depths. The crack ahead widened as they neared, and Glimmer squeezed through the gap, her wings brushing the edges of the rough stone. Lumen followed close behind, the moth's wings trembling with the effort. As they passed through the opening, the world around them seemed to shift. Suddenly, they were in a different place. The oppressive darkness was gone, replaced by a soft, glowing light that illuminated the jagged walls of the narrow passage. The air was fresher here, and the weight that had pressed on them for so long seemed to lift slightly. Glimmer turned to look behind them. The creature had stopped at the entrance to the passage, its growl distant now, its yellow eyes narrowing as it stood just beyond the crack. For a moment, everything was still. Then, with a snarl, the creature retreated, disappearing back into the shadows of the forest, its ominous presence fading into the distance. Glimmer let out a breath she didn't realize she had been holding. "We made it," Lumen whispered, its voice barely a breath in the stillness of the passage. Glimmer nodded, still shaken by the encounter. "But we're not safe yet. There's something in this forest, something darker than we realize." Lumen's wings fluttered nervously. "What do we do now?" Glimmer took a deep breath, her light flickering stronger with each passing moment. "We keep going. The path isn't over yet, but now we know the darkness is real, and we have to be ready for it." With newfound resolve, they pressed forward, the light between them flickering steady, brightening the narrow path as the shadows behind them receded into the distance. The forest was far from finished with them. The passage ahead narrowed as Glimmer and Lumen ventured deeper, the walls of the darkened tunnel pressing closer around them. The soft, glowing light that had briefly surrounded them was now distant, but a faint luminescence, barely perceptible, began to pulse from the walls, guiding them forward. The air was still thick with the remnants of the creature's presence, but with each passing moment, the darkness seemed to retreat just a little more, as if acknowledging their defiance. Glimmer's wings beat steadily, her glow now a constant, pulsing rhythm that illuminated the walls of the narrow path. Lumen hovered beside her, its light still weak, but growing ever so slightly as they moved deeper into the unknown. Though the air was heavy, oppressive even, there was something in the silence between them, a stillness that carried with it a sense of something being built. Attention. A promise that something was waiting ahead, just out of sight, but within reach. Glimmer couldn't help but feel it, the weight of uncertainty pressing down on her as they moved forward. The encounter with the creature had shaken her, and its words echoed in her mind, deep and unsettling. Some things are meant to fade, but she had already proven that wrong. The light hadn't faded, it hadn't disappeared with time. It had only grown stronger, her light inside her, within her grasp. Still, despite this growing strength, Glimmer couldn't ignore the gnawing sense that the forest, with all its beauty and terror, held even greater dangers than they had yet faced. She glanced over at Lumen, who had remained silent since their narrow escape. The moth's wings fluttered nervously, its dim glow flickering in the stillness of the tunnel. Its soft light, barely visible in the thick darkness, cast long, wavering shadows on the walls of the passage. "Lumen," Glimmer said softly, breaking the silence. "Are you okay?" The moth gave a small, tremulous flutter. "I don't know," it confessed, its voice faint. That creature. It felt like something more than just an animal, something that feeds on the dark. I can't shake the feeling that it's not gone, that it's still out there watching us." Glimmer paused for a moment, her wings stilling in the air. "I know," she murmured, looking ahead into the dim corridor. "I feel it too. The shadows. They're not just shadows anymore. It's like the forest itself is alive, watching us, waiting." The path ahead twisted further into the unknown, the faint light from the walls flickering and pulsing erratically. It was as if the very walls themselves were reacting to their presence, the stone trembling in time with their movement. The deeper they went, the more the forest's ominous energy seemed to draw near. "We can't turn back," Glimmer thought to herself, the words settling into her mind like a deep-rooted truth. No matter how uncertain she was, no matter how terrified, the journey had to continue. There was no way out now. As they pressed forward, the tunnel began to open into a large circular cavern. The walls of the cavern were lined with glowing stones that pulsed with an eerie, pale light, so faint it barely illuminated the vast space, but enough to show the strange patterns etched into the stone. The floor was covered with moss, but this moss looked different, dark and twisted, its surface slick with moisture that glistened like the remnants of something long forgotten. A cold breeze drifted through the cavern, and Glimmer's glow flickered, fighting against the chill that swept through the air. There was something unsettling about this place, something ancient, and it pressed down on her with a heaviness she couldn't explain. Lumen hovered beside her, its wings fluttering weakly. "This place, it feels wrong," it whispered. Glimmer nodded, her senses heightened. The silence was thick and suffocating, broken only by the faint rhythmic pulse of her glow. She moved cautiously, every instinct telling her to keep her guard up. Suddenly, the walls of the cavern seemed to tremble. A low hum began to reverberate through the ground, deep and low, like the sound of the earth itself awakening. The hum grew louder, rising in pitch, and a soft glow began to emanate from the farthest corner of the cavern. Glimmer's wings stilled as she turned toward the source of the light. What she saw made her heart race. A glowing figure stood in the distance, a shadowy, indistinct form, but one that radiated a strange, ethereal light. The figure was tall and shrouded in shadow, but its outline shimmered in the dim light, as though it were both there and not there at the same time. Lumen's wings froze in mid-air, the moth's voice a whisper of terror. Who? Who is that? Glimmer's pulse quickened, but something about the figure seemed strangely familiar. It wasn't an enemy. It wasn't a threat. It was waiting. The figure stepped forward slowly, and Glimmer could feel the pressure of its presence in her chest. A strange and powerful force. The glow it radiated was unlike anything Glimmer had seen before. It was not warm or bright like her own. It was cool, distant, almost otherworldly, as though it existed beyond the realms of her understanding. As the figure moved closer, the low hum of energy grew stronger, vibrating through the air, through the ground, until Glimmer felt it in the very core of her being. The figure stopped just a few feet away, and Glimmer could feel its presence surrounding her, its gaze fixed on her with unblinking intensity. "Who are you?" Glimmer asked, her voice trembling, but her wings strong as she steadied herself. The figure did not speak immediately. Instead, it raised one slender, outstretched hand, and Glimmer felt an inexplicable pull, as if the figure was beckoning her closer. The light around them seemed to bend toward the figure's outstretched hand, as if it were drawing power from the very air, and then, in a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once, the figure spoke. "You have come far, little firefly, but the journey is not yet over. You must decide. Will you embrace the light you have found, or will you be consumed by the darkness that waits ahead?" The words sent a cold shiver through Glimmer, as if the weight of their meaning had settled upon her like a heavy cloak. She wasn't just battling the shadows around her anymore. The true test was about to begin. The figure took another step closer, its eyes glowing faintly now, and it whispered again, this time with a finality that sent a rush of adrenaline through Glimmer's veins. "Only by understanding the true nature of your light, the very core of your being, can you hope to defeat what is coming." The ground beneath them trembled once more, and for a split second, Glimmer felt the sharp, overwhelming pull of something vast, something ancient, coming from the depths of the forest. It was as if the very heart of the forest itself was stirring, preparing to reveal its terrible truth. Glimmer's glow pulsed, bright and steady. She wasn't afraid of this figure, not in the way she feared the darkness. This, she realized, was something different, something real. "What do I have to do?" Glimmer asked, her voice steady now, her wings strong with resolve. The figure's hand fell slowly to its side. The hum began to fade, but the stillness that followed was thick with expectation. It was almost as if the figure were waiting for her to answer the unspoken question. "You must confront your true self, Glimmer," the figure said softly. "Only then will the way be revealed." With those final words, the figure stepped back, blending once more into the shadows, leaving Glimmer standing in the cavern, her heart racing. The journey ahead was clear now, but the path was uncertain. Glimmer felt the weight of the figure's words settle into her heart, and she knew deep down that what lay ahead wasn't just a battle against the darkness of the forest, it was a battle against herself. The flicker of hope remained, but it was no longer enough to light the way. Now she had to find the strength to carry it forward. The figure's words echoed through Glimmer's mind as she and Lumen made their way out of the cavern, the oppressive silence of the forest thickening once again around them. The glow from the walls had faded, and the eerie hum of the cavern was now just a memory, leaving them in the cold grip of the night. Glimmer's heart raced as she tried to shake the weight of what had been said. Confront your true self. What did that mean? What did she need to confront? Her own fears? Her fading light? Glimmer glanced at Lumen, who had remained silent throughout their encounter with the figure. The moth's wings fluttered nervously beside her, its faint glow pulsing in the dark. Glimmer could feel the worry in the air around them. Lumen wasn't the only one uncertain of what was ahead. "What do you think it meant?" Glimmer finally asked, her voice quiet, breaking the silence that had settled between them. Lumen's wings twitched, as if the question itself was a weight. "I don't know, but it feels like we're being pulled towards something, doesn't it? Like we're supposed to go somewhere." Glimmer nodded, her mind racing. The figure had spoken of confronting herself, of embracing the light within. But what if she was already doing that? What if this journey, this long, painful search through the forest, wasn't about finding anything outside of herself? What if the darkness she had been running from was the very thing that would guide her toward her true strength? "We have to keep moving," Glimmer said, her voice steady now. "Whatever the figure meant, we have to trust that it's leading us somewhere important." Lumen fluttered beside her, its wings trembling, but its glow steady. "Where do we go now?" Ahead of them, the path twisted sharply, and for a moment the trees thinned. A faint light began to filter through the dense branches, weak but noticeable. Glimmer's heart skipped a beat. For the first time in what felt like ages, she felt a flicker of warmth spread through her, like a spark of recognition. There was light ahead, something real, something that felt like home. "I think we're getting closer," Glimmer said, her wings fluttering faster, eager to see where the light was coming from. Lumen followed closely, its own faint glow barely keeping up with the intensity of Glimmer's. They moved forward with a shared sense of urgency, their wings cutting through the cool night air. The forest around them began to shift once more, the trees opening into a wide, open space, and the faint light grew brighter. As they emerged from the cover of the trees, the sight before them took Glimmer's breath away. It was a meadow, vast and illuminated with thousands of tiny, glowing orbs floating in the air. They were fireflies, but unlike any she had ever seen before. Their light wasn't soft and flickering like hers had been. It was bright, strong, steady, and alive, filling the meadow with a pulsating rhythm that resonated in her chest. Her heart raced as she took in the sight. There in the distance were fireflies, countless fireflies, each one glowing brightly in the night. They flew in graceful arcs through the air, their lights merging and splitting like a constellation dancing against the sky. The meadow itself seemed to hum with energy, the ground beneath them alive with soft, glowing moss and flowers that shimmered as if touched by the very light that filled the air. For the first time since she had left the woods, Glimmer didn't feel alone. The fireflies moved gracefully, each one with its own unique glow. They danced around the flowers, their wings shimmering in the light of their shared glow. And as Glimmer stepped further into the meadow, the fireflies began to notice her. One by one, they fluttered toward her, their lights twinkling like stars. Drawn to her presence, Lumen hovered beside her, awestruck. "Look at them," it whispered. "It's like they're waiting for you." Glimmer nodded, her heart swelling with a mixture of awe and fear. "Waiting for me?" One of the fireflies flew closer, its tiny body glowing with a golden light that pulsed brightly as it hovered just before Glimmer's face. It circled her in a delicate dance, its glow brighter than any light she had ever seen before. The firefly seemed to be studying her, its tiny form flickering in time with her own pulse. And as it hovered before her, she could feel the warmth of its light, its energy, seeping into her own glow, strengthening it in a way that felt almost magical. A strange sense of belonging washed over her, and for the first time, she realized that the fireflies weren't just creatures of the forest. They were part of her journey, part of the light she had been searching for. And they had been waiting for her to find them, to rediscover the glow within herself that had been buried for so long. A soft voice echoed in her mind, the words she had heard before. "You have come far, little firefly. The light is in you. But it is only when you embrace it that you will find your true strength. Glimmer's wings fluttered with newfound energy, her glow now brighter and more steady than it had ever been. The firefly before her hovered closer, its light pulsating with hers as if inviting her to join the dance, to become one with the thousands of lights that filled the meadow. Glimmer reached out, her wings shimmering as she extended her glow toward the firefly, and then, all at once, the meadow erupted into a burst of light. The fireflies swirled around her, their glowing bodies encircling her in a beautiful, shimmering vortex. Their lights merged, their pulses harmonizing with Glimmer's own, and for the first time, she felt it. The true strength of her light, the full, vibrant energy that had always been inside her, waiting to be awakened. The darkness that had once threatened to consume her, that had followed her through every corner of the forest, began to fade in the wake of the brilliant, unified glow. The forest, which had seemed so vast and full of shadows, now appeared brighter, more alive, as the light of the fireflies illuminated the space around them. The oppressive weight of fear that had clung to her for so long lifted, replaced by a sense of peace, of belonging. She had found her place among the light. She had found herself. As the last of the fireflies joined the swirling glow, Glimmer hovered at the center, her wings beating steadily. She was no longer afraid. She was no longer alone. Her light, her true light, was a part of this meadow, a part of the fireflies, and it was stronger than she had ever known. The fireflies circled around her one last time, their glowing bodies pulsing in perfect unison before they gently landed on the ground, settling in peaceful harmony around the flowers and moss. Glimmer hovered there for a long moment, her glow steady and bright, the weight of the journey now behind her. She looked over at Lumen, whose own wings now shimmered with a steady light, and she smiled. "We've found it," she said softly, the words a whisper in the quiet meadow. Lumen smiled back, its wings glowing brighter than ever. "We've found it together." And for the first time, Glimmer truly understood. The light was never something to seek outside of herself. It had always been inside her, waiting to be embraced. And now, in the heart of the glowing meadow, she had found it. Not just within, but shared with others, reflected in the unity of every tiny firefly that danced in the night. The journey had brought her here, to this moment of peace, of light. And for the first time, Glimmer knew that no matter where the road took her next, the light would always be there. Glimmer hovered in the glowing meadow, surrounded by the soft, pulsing light of the fireflies. The air hummed with a quiet energy, as though the very atmosphere was alive with a sense of peace, a harmony that felt almost sacred. Her wings, now steady and strong, fluttered gently, a reflection of the calm she felt inside. The light that had once seemed so fragile within her now felt vast, almost infinite, and it thrummed with the power of everything she had learned on this journey. Lumen hovered beside her, its wings glowing brightly, their gentle pulses in time with Glimmer's own. The moth's glow had grown stronger as well, a sign of the shared journey they had taken. They had both found their light, but more importantly, they had found each other in the process. Glimmer let out a soft sigh of relief, a feeling of warmth filling her heart as she looked around the meadow. The fireflies, so many of them, had begun to settle in the grass and flowers, their glow now a soft, steady rhythm that filled the air. It was as though the forest had come alive again, as if the very trees around them had opened up, releasing a breath they had been holding for far too long. But even in this peaceful moment, Glimmer knew that their journey was far from over. The figure's words, "You must confront your true self," still echoed in her mind, and though she had found the light, she hadn't yet fully understood what that truly meant. She had come far, yes, but there was still something else she needed to discover. Lumen, Glimmer said softly, her wings hovering slightly above the ground as she turned to the moth. Do you ever wonder what it all means? This light, this journey, why we had to go through all of this? Lumen paused, its wings beating slowly, almost meditatively. I do, it said, its voice quiet but thoughtful. I think the journey wasn't just about finding the light outside of us. It was about understanding what that light means to us. And when we find it, when we embrace it, we realize that it's not just about the light itself. It's about what it gives us, the strength, the courage to face the darkness, to keep moving forward even when things feel impossible. Glimmer's heart swelled at Lumen's words. The truth in them resonated deeply within her. It was as if the very core of her being understood, but her mind had only just begun to catch up. The light she had been searching for, the light that had brought her so far, was never just a source of power or a means to find her way. It was a reflection of her spirit, her soul. And embracing it wasn't just about letting the light shine. It was about allowing herself to be seen, to accept who she was, and to understand that even in the darkest moments, she was never truly alone. Glimmer blinked, a tear forming in her eye. But it wasn't one of sadness. It was a tear of realization, of self-acceptance. She had spent so long searching for something, for someone, for a place to belong. But what she had truly needed all along was to understand that her light was always hers to carry, hers to share. She had been afraid of losing it, afraid of the dark, afraid of fading. But the truth was that the light was never something she could lose. It was part of her. It always had been. I've been so afraid, Glimmer murmured, her wings fluttering in a soft, steady rhythm. Afraid of fading, afraid of being alone. But now I understand. The light is mine to give, and I don't have to be afraid of losing it anymore. Lumen turned toward her, its large eyes reflecting the glow of her words. And you don't have to be alone, it said gently, its wings glowing with the quiet pulse of shared understanding. We're here together, and no matter what comes, we'll face it side by side. Glimmer smiled softly, her wings fluttering with a new sense of peace. She felt the truth of Lumen's words in the deepest part of her heart. She had found the light, yes, but in the process, she had found something even more important, the strength to trust in herself, to accept her journey, and to believe that even in the darkest times, the light within would never fade. As the fireflies around them pulsed with their own steady glow, Glimmer's mind drifted back to the figure, to the cavern, to the warning it had given her. You must confront your true self. Glimmer closed her eyes for a moment, breathing deeply. The journey had brought her to this place, this moment of clarity. But now she understood that the final challenge wasn't one of darkness, nor was it an external force to fight. It was the challenge of embracing the truth within herself, of accepting who she was, not in spite of her fears, but because of them. Glimmer opened her eyes and turned to face the vast meadow, where the fireflies continued their gentle dance, their lights shimmering in the soft glow of the night. The journey ahead was still unknown, still filled with uncertainty. But she knew one thing for sure. She was no longer afraid of what lay beyond. The light inside her was enough. And with that understanding, Glimmer stepped forward, her wings beating strongly in the night air, the warmth of the fireflies' glow guiding the way. The darkness was still out there, but she no longer had to fear it. She had the light to face it, and she always would. Always. The meadow pulsed with the soft, steady light of thousands of fireflies, their glow filling the air like a gentle river of stars. Glimmer stood at the heart of it, her wings steady, her glow brighter than it had ever been. She had found her place, her purpose. And yet, even in the quiet peace of this glowing sanctuary, she knew the journey wasn't over. The figure in the cavern had spoken of a trial, a moment of reckoning, where the light within must face the darkness ahead. The words haunted her even now. The forest was vast, and though she had discovered her own light, she couldn't shake the feeling that there was still something waiting, something that would test her resolve. The fireflies around her danced, their glowing bodies swirling in graceful arcs, filling the air with warmth and light. Lumen hovered nearby, its own glow steady, though its wings fluttered slightly in the cool breeze that had begun to stir through the meadow. "Glimmer," Lumen said quietly, its voice tinged with apprehension. "Do you feel that?" Glimmer turned, her heart suddenly heavy with an unease she couldn't explain. The wind had shifted. The once warm breeze now carried a chill, and the soft glow of the fireflies seemed to dim just slightly, as if something was encroaching on their sanctuary. It wasn't fear exactly. It was more like an impending storm, something she couldn't see, but could feel gathering on the horizon. "What is it?" Glimmer asked, her wings stilling for a moment. Lumen's antennae twitched nervously. "It's the air. It feels different, like something is watching us." The hairs on the back of Glimmer's neck prickled. She glanced around the meadow, the peaceful stillness now tinged with a faint sense of dread. It was as though the very forest itself had held its breath, waiting for something to shift. And then, as if the night had answered that unspoken question, a sudden crack of thunder echoed through the air. The fireflies scattered, their lights flickering wildly in the wake of the sound, and the wind picked up, howling through the trees that bordered the meadow. Glimmer's heart pounded in her chest, her wings twitching with the sudden surge of adrenaline. The full moon, which had been hidden behind clouds, broke free from the cover of the sky and cast its eerie light over the land, bathing the meadow in a silvery glow. And then she saw it. In the distance at the edge of the forest, a figure emerged, a dark silhouette against the backdrop of the moon. It was massive, towering over the trees, its eyes glowing with a malevolent red light. It was the creature they had encountered earlier, the one that had stalked them through the woods, its presence like an embodiment of the darkness that had once threatened to consume Glimmer. The figure stepped forward, its monstrous form casting an imposing shadow over the meadow. The air grew thick with tension, the very atmosphere charged with an electric energy. The creature let out a low, guttural growl, and its yellow eyes fixed on Glimmer and Lumen. "You think you have escaped the dark?" The creature's voice rumbled, deep and cold, vibrating through the air. "But you are fools. The darkness always returns." Glimmer's wings froze in mid-air, her glow flickering in response to the creature's words. Fear gripped her chest, but she forced it down, remembering the light that had awakened within her, the light she had learned to trust. "We've come too far to be afraid of you," Glimmer said, her voice steady despite the terror that gripped her. "The light inside me is stronger than anything you can throw at me." The creature laughed, a low, menacing sound that seemed to shake the very ground beneath them. "You still don't understand, do you, little firefly? The light you carry is fragile. It can flicker and fade. I feed on it, on your fear, on your doubt." With a terrifying speed, the creature lunged toward them, its massive form blocking out the moonlight as it reached for Glimmer with clawed hands. The fireflies around them scattered in a frantic burst of light, but their glow was no match for the creature's darkness. But Glimmer didn't back down. With a fierce cry, Glimmer flared her wings, her glow intensifying in a brilliant burst of golden light. She felt the warmth of the light deep in her chest, a burning strength that refused to be extinguished. Her glow pulsed brighter and brighter, as if her very spirit was reaching out to push back the creature, to keep the darkness at bay. "You are nothing." Glimmer shouted, her wings beating with all her strength, sending out waves of light. "I'm not afraid of you anymore." The creature recoiled as the light washed over it, its eyes flashing with fury. The darkness it had commanded began to waver, retreating in the face of Glimmer's unwavering light. But even as the creature was pushed back, it grinned, its sharp teeth gleaming in the moonlight. "This is not over," it hissed. "The true test is yet to come." The creature roared in fury and lunged again, but this time Glimmer was ready. She closed her eyes for a moment, centering herself, feeling the light within her pulse like a heartbeat. She focused on the warmth, on the power that came from knowing who she truly was. Not just the last firefly, not just a fleeting glow, but something more. Something stronger. With a forceful beat of her wings, Glimmer thrust herself forward, sending a wave of brilliant golden light straight at the creature. The force of the light struck the creature, pushing it back again, its form flickering like a shadow. The glow intensified as Glimmer poured every ounce of strength into it, not just to defend herself, but to challenge the darkness that had followed her for so long. The creature's form began to disintegrate, its shadowy body unraveling. In the wake of the light's power, the growls turned to shrieks as the creature was consumed by the brilliance of Glimmer's light, its monstrous form vanishing into thin air, and then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the creature was gone, leaving behind nothing but silence. Glimmer hovered in the air, her wings fluttering as her glow slowly dimmed. But the peaceful stillness of the meadow returned, its warmth surrounding her like a protective shield. The moon shone brightly above, casting its silver light across the land, and the fireflies slowly began to gather once more, their gentle glow filling the space with a sense of peace. Lumen hovered beside her, its wings still trembling, but its glow steady. "You did it," Lumen whispered, awe in its voice. Glimmer smiled, a deep sense of relief washing over her. "We did it. Together." The night was still, and the meadow, once again filled with the soft, harmonious light of the fireflies, felt like home. The journey had been long and fraught with danger, but in this moment, Glimmer knew she had found her true strength. She had faced the darkness, confronted her fears, and had emerged stronger than ever. The light she carried was not just hers, it was a beacon for others, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there was always a way to shine. And with that understanding, Glimmer's wings beat steadily, her glow bright against the backdrop of the full moon, ready for whatever the world had yet to offer. The meadow, bathed in the serene glow of fireflies, stood still in the aftermath of the battle. The air hummed with a quiet energy, the tension from the encounter with the creature slowly dissipating into the calm night. The forest around them had transformed, no longer a place of lurking danger and shadow, but a sanctuary, a space where the light that had once been threatened now shone brighter than ever before. Glimmer hovered, her wings fluttering in a gentle rhythm as she absorbed the quiet peace around her. Her glow, though it had dimmed slightly after the battle, still pulsed steadily. She felt an overwhelming sense of relief, but also something deeper, something that she had only begun to understand. She turned to Lumen, who was still hovering beside her, its glow now steady and warm. Lumen's wings beat slowly, its body relaxed, yet there was a quiet awe in its eyes. The battle had been fierce, but together they had overcome it. Together, they had faced the darkest parts of themselves and emerged into the light. "We did it," Glimmer said, her voice filled with wonder. "We really did it." Lumen nodded, its antennae twitching as it looked around the meadow. "We faced the darkness, and we found the light. But Glimmer, I think it's more than that." Glimmer looked at Lumen, her brow furrowed in curiosity. "What do you mean?" Lumen paused for a moment, its wings still as it gathered its thoughts. The light isn't just something we found, it was always within us. We've always had it. It was there, waiting for us to realize it, to believe in it. Glimmer's heart fluttered with the truth of Lumen's words. The light isn't something to search for. It's not something out there in the forest or in the stars or in the darkness. It's inside us. Always was. A peaceful silence settled between them, and for the first time, Glimmer felt whole, complete. She'd spent so long searching for a way to make herself shine, for a reason to keep going, but now she knew that the reason was simple. She was the light. The shadows that had once seemed so threatening, so endless, were no longer something to fear. The darkness was just a part of the world, something that existed alongside the light. Without it, the light could not be seen. And in that understanding, Glimmer found peace. "I'm not afraid anymore," Glimmer whispered, her voice steady. "The light is mine, and I'll carry it with me wherever I go." Lumen smiled, its wings fluttering in gentle agreement. "We both will." Glimmer's gaze shifted toward the horizon, where the first hints of dawn began to break through the thick canopy of trees. The sky was still dark, but there was a promise in the air, an invitation to the day ahead, to whatever new challenges and discoveries awaited them. They had faced the worst the forest had to offer, and now the future was open before them, full of possibility. "We've come so far," Glimmer said softly, her wings fluttering slowly as she gazed at the fireflies surrounding them. "But it feels like we've just begun." Lumen nodded, its soft glow reflecting Glimmer's light in the quiet meadow. "The journey never really ends, it just shifts, and no matter what comes next, we'll be ready for it." Glimmer smiled, feeling a deep sense of peace settle in her chest. The weight that had once pressed on her, her fear of fading, of being alone, had lifted. She was no longer running from the dark. She was no longer searching for something outside of herself. She was embracing the light that had always been there, inside her, and that was all she needed. The fireflies continued to dance around them, their delicate bodies glowing with the same light that filled Glimmer's heart. The meadow seemed to hum with the quiet rhythm of life, the soft whisper of the wind in the trees, the gentle movement of the flowers, all of it in perfect harmony. It was a reflection of her own journey, a journey of discovery, of growth, and of acceptance. "Together," Glimmer said, her voice quiet but strong, as she turned to face Lumen, "we'll keep moving forward. We'll find more light, and we'll share it with the world." Lumen smiled warmly. "Together." With that, they both took flight, their wings cutting through the early morning air, the glow of their light lighting the way ahead. The forest stretched out before them, no longer dark and forbidding, but alive with the promise of new beginnings. And as they flew together, the sky above them began to brighten, the stars fading as the sun slowly crept over the horizon, its first rays painting the world with a warm golden light. Glimmer's glow pulsed steady and bright, no longer fragile, no longer uncertain. It was the light of her soul, strong, unwavering, and ready to illuminate whatever came next. The journey was far from over. But for the first time, Glimmer knew that she was ready. Ready to face the unknown, ready to embrace whatever challenges awaited, and most of all, ready to share her light with the world. For she had learned the greatest truth of all: the light was not just within her, it was in all of them, and together they would carry it into the future. The sun rose slowly over the horizon, casting its first golden rays across the now peaceful meadow. The fireflies, their lights dimming as dawn approached, scattered to the edges of the grass and flowers, taking refuge in the shadows of the tall trees. The forest, once dark and threatening, now felt alive in a new way, a place of potential, of growth. The shadows, though still present, no longer felt like an enemy. They were part of the whole, part of the balance that kept the world turning. Glimmer and Lumen hovered in the warm morning light, their wings beating in unison, their glow steady and strong. The last of the night's darkness had faded, leaving only the quiet hum of life in its wake. "Do you think it's truly over?" Lumen asked softly, its voice filled with a quiet uncertainty that echoed Glimmer's own thoughts. "The creature, the darkness, do you think it's gone for good?" Glimmer paused, her wings fluttering gently as she looked around at the peaceful scene before her. The meadow, though tranquil, was still a place of mystery. The forest around them was vast, stretching beyond what the eye could see. The shadows had been pushed back for now, but Glimmer knew better than to think that the darkness was simply gone. It was not something that could be eradicated. The forest was alive, ever-changing, and with every cycle of light and dark, the world found balance again. "I don't know," Glimmer said slowly, her voice quiet but steady. "But I do know that I'm not afraid anymore. Whatever comes next, I'll face it with the light I've found inside myself. The darkness can't take that away." Lumen fluttered its wings, its glow pulsing with newfound strength. "And I'll face it with you. We've come this far together, and I know we can face anything, as long as we stand side by side." Glimmer smiled, the warmth of Lumen's words filling her heart. For so long she had felt isolated, alone in a world that seemed to reject her. But now, with Lumen by her side, with the light they both carried, she knew that nothing could truly defeat them. They had found something more powerful than the shadows. They had found each other, and they had found themselves. The question of the darkness, of what lay beyond the peace of the meadow, lingered in the air. The world was still full of mystery, still full of unknowns, but Glimmer felt no fear. Instead, she felt something else, hope. Hope that the forest would continue to change, to grow, and to heal, just as she had. Hope that the light she carried could spread, not just through the forest, but through everything. As they drifted through the sky, the light growing brighter with every beat of their wings, Glimmer realized something. This was just the beginning of a new chapter, not just for her, but for the world around her. The forest, the creatures within it, the shadows and the light. They were all connected, and no matter how much time passed, they would continue to grow, to change, to find balance. Just as Glimmer had learned to find balance between her light and her darkness, so too would the forest find balance between the light and the shadows. The journey wasn't over, but now Glimmer knew that she didn't need to have all the answers. She didn't need to know what came next. She simply needed to keep flying, to keep trusting in the light within her and within the world around her. As long as she did that, she would never be lost again. And so, with the sun rising higher in the sky, Glimmer and Lumen continued their flight, their wings cutting through the morning air. They flew toward the horizon, toward whatever lay ahead, knowing that whatever darkness might still linger in the world, they would face it together. For the first time, Glimmer felt truly free. She had found her place, her purpose, and her strength. And as she soared into the day, the shadows behind her began to fade into the distance. The future of the forest was still unknown, but Glimmer knew one thing for certain. The light was inside her. It always had been, and no darkness could ever change that. The morning sun had risen fully now, casting its golden light over the meadow. The once distant shadows of the trees seemed to grow long in the early light, stretching across the grass and flowers like the soft embrace of the night bidding them farewell. The fireflies that had once danced in the air now settled in the leaves and blossoms, their faint glow barely visible against the brilliant daylight, yet still there, a quiet reminder of the darkness that had been overcome. Glimmer and Lumen drifted side by side, their wings steady and graceful as they glided through the stillness of the morning. The path ahead was unclear, the forest still vast and full of secrets, but Glimmer no longer felt the heavy weight of uncertainty that had once pressed down on her. Her glow was bright, unwavering, and she could feel the warmth of it inside her, a constant, steady pulse that carried her forward. But even with the peace of the meadow around her, a question lingered in the back of her mind, quiet but persistent. What now? What happened after the battle, after the darkness had been defeated? Was there something more to her journey, something she hadn't yet discovered? The light within her was steady, but there was still something undefined. A part of her felt that her path, her purpose, was still unfolding. She had learned so much already, but the world was full of possibilities. She had confronted the darkness, embraced the light, and found the strength within herself to face her fears. But now there was something different, something unspoken that stirred deep inside her. Lumen, sensing the stillness between them, spoke softly, its voice filled with quiet understanding. "You're thinking about the future, aren't you?" Glimmer turned toward Lumen, her glow flickering gently as she nodded. "I guess I am. I've come so far, but there's still so much I don't know. What happens now? Is the light enough? Do we just keep going forward, hoping we've learned all?" "We need to." Lumen's wings beat steadily beside her, its soft glow steady. "The light is always enough," it said simply. "It's inside you, inside both of us. The darkness might try to return, but it will never fully take what we've found. We are the light, Glimmer. And as long as we believe in it, we'll never truly be lost again." Glimmer paused, her wings stilling for a moment as she took in Lumen's words. The simplicity of the truth struck her deeply. The light within her wasn't just a force to be wielded against the darkness. It was a part of her. It was her being. It was the core of who she was, and nothing, no creature, no shadow, no fear, could ever take that away. She wasn't searching for something anymore. She had found it. She had found herself. The world around her, once so vast, so filled with shadows, felt different now. The forest was still full of mystery, full of unknowns, but it wasn't something to fear. The journey was never about the destination. It was about the discovery along the way. And Glimmer had learned the most important lesson of all. The journey never ends. It only shifts, like the seasons, like the light and the dark. And in that shift, there was beauty, there was hope, there was growth. "I understand now," Glimmer said softly, her voice full of quiet revelation. "The journey doesn't end when we reach the light. It's a continuous path, a dance between light and dark, fear and strength, joy and sorrow. We carry the light within us as we move forward, and that's enough." Lumen nodded, its wings fluttering gently in agreement. "And we carry it together. We're never truly alone in the dark, Glimmer. As long as we keep shining, there's nothing the darkness can do to us." Glimmer's wings beat steadily, the soft pulse of her glow steady and bright as she gazed toward the forest, toward the horizon, where the trees faded into a distant shimmering mist. The future was still uncertain, but now, for the first time, she didn't feel like she had to have all the answers. She didn't have to know everything. All she needed was to keep moving forward, to keep believing in the light inside her, and to know that no matter where the road led, she would always be ready to face it. With a deep breath, Glimmer smiled. She turned to Lumen, the two of them flying side by side, their wings beating as one, their lights merging and reflecting each other's strength. The fireflies in the meadow, those small shimmering sparks, had already begun to disperse, returning to the shadows and flowers of the forest. But their light lingered in the air, a quiet reminder that the journey of discovery was never truly over. It was a cycle, always beginning again, always evolving. And so, with their lights shining brightly in the new dawn, Glimmer and Lumen took flight, heading into the unknown with hope in their hearts and strength in their wings. The road ahead was theirs to shape, the light theirs to share, and no darkness, no matter how long it waited, could ever take that away.